House Flipper 2 today. We were just kind of sitting here before stream, and I was going, I don't know what the heck I want to play, because all the games I want to play I can't right now because of embargoes, or they're not out yet, or those kind of things. So I was like, man, I don't want to start something and be committing a huge amount of time for. I'm in just a simulation game kind of mood. So we put up a poll on Twitch to be like, are we playing SnowRunner? Are we playing Farm Sim? Are we playing whatever? And I put House Flipper 2 on there just because, and chat went for it. So we're going to do that. I have not played this off stream. We did play on stream a while back when it first dropped, and we might pick up on that save file. I don't see a reason really not to. This doesn't feel like the kind of game you got to worry about the story. But because it's been forever and I don't even remember if we have the VOD for it still, we're going to take a quick peek at accessibility settings we've got here. You just got controller stuff and dead zone stuff, which is fine. Dynamic resolution. I am not a fan of dynamic resolutions. It's fine, though. Motion blur, we can turn it off. Thank you, Des, for, if you're going to include it, giving us the option to kill it with fire. We have multiple language support. We've got tools being able to toggle and all that, so if you're doing something, you're going to have to like hold the mouse button. It won't murder your poor fingers after a while. You can change your units. That's arguably accessibility. That's just that stuff. We've got sound stuff as well. The key bindings do detect that I am using not a QWERTY keyboard, so I got some good stuff in there. That said, let's just go ahead and pop in. I don't remember what we're doing, but it's House Flipper. How complicated could it be? Oh, I remember part of the reason we bounced off this the last time. I was working on the house and having a problem because I removed a window and it wasn't counting my switched out window, because when this game first launched, it was real buggy like that. Alright, so our frame rate is kinda garbo, so let's take 2 seconds to go in here. Save changes. Still looks kinda garbo. Just taking a moment to... Oh, screen space reflections, yeah. There, that's better. Little bit of choppiness switching back and forth. Definitely not as smooth as it could be. That's actually looking real bad. Let's see. Man, I don't like dynamic resolution. Every single time I've done it, it has always had performance issues. Yeah, medium is fine. I do like that they give me previews. Shadows distance. I don't care about that. Ambient occlusion, which is the shading between objects. Honestly, low is fine. Motion blur can go die in a fire. Bloom is that. I love how bloom just says on and off. And then we have our settings here. Space reflections. Global illumination. Volumetric fog. It definitely feels like, even though I don't have... Oh, there we go. Get you out of here. That'll help. That's probably what I was seeing that was bothering my eyes. Yeah. Because it's like watching this get all shimmery when I was going back and forth. It was really annoying me. I don't remember for the life of me at all what we're doing. Okay, perks. Right, so we had a bunch of levels and a bunch of things, and I apparently can grab something here, which is... I can sprint even carrying stuff. You can sleep in beds, no need to work overnight. Your flashlight shines brighter and a bigger radius, sure. Alright, so those are just things that we unlocked the last time. For those who are wondering, it's like, oh man, you're jumping right in. It's a house flipping game. You literally just buy houses, you flip them. If you're worried about missing story, you ain't missing much. We have assembly. Oh, right, they made that a side mini game. We have houses we own. And you have buyers you can interact with that I haven't met yet because we haven't gotten that point. Alright, so emails. Mr. Pierce, PC. I want to do some remodeling and refurnishing done in my house. It's mostly about making it feel cozier and warmer. I also need a separate office. I can't focus with all the open space. The dining area and the guest room can go. I don't have use for them anyway. It's not that the house is poorly made, it just doesn't agree with me. You might be familiar with the elegant minimalistic style of Ascenso company is known for. I need something more functional and comfortable. Right now, it feels too much like a hotel. Try not to damage any of my plants. I care for them more than I care for most people. Florence Greener. Yep, deal. Alright. So we got stuff loading. Alright, so we got all this loading in. Okay. This is the last job you did? Yeah. So I'm trying to remember. It feels like the game sound is too low. The game's like actual sound. They probably did a repel. Alright. So we've got these exclamation marks. I think they're just telling me that there's stuff to do in that room. What I gotta remember now is how to do all the things. Okay. What I'm trying to remember is, do you have a dumpster or something here for me to throw my garbage bags in? I don't remember how this even works. Oh, I think it's literally you, sell the garbage bags? Okay, so put that out there until we figure out what we gotta do. So, quests. We have 4 rooms left to do. So they want me to sell these chairs. Whatever the heck that thing is. They want me to sell you. Oh, it gives me an icon being like, don't sell that, sell that. It's like no guesswork. We also have a lamp in here they want me to get rid of. Okay, so in here they want me to get rid of 6 chairs. So basically, he just wants me to redecorate. Table. There's a shelf here somewhere he doesn't like. The overhead light and the clock. Cool. They're just gonna do a walk around. Yeah, so get rid of the bed. That. And the mirror. I mean, that's cool setup right there. One-year-old kitty? Nice. This is in the last room, this one in here. Doesn't want it. Doesn't want it. Nope. Get rid of it. Okay. Okay, so let's grab some of the stuff we just dumped on the floor. Alright, so this is the smallest room we could start here. So you have 29 things you want in this room. I don't know if this makes any difference whatsoever. Because you didn't specify anything here, right? No, it looks like literally he just wants stuff in here. Yeah, so these handles and all that I don't care about. We'll go with the driftwood. Why not? Oh, actually. There, that's kind of cool. Make it a left-handed door because we're mean. Okay, so you wanted one of those. Now the question is, do you want the stuff from in here over there? No, these are not the same thing they're asking for. So he just wants more plants. Maybe? You want a cork board. We can make that happen. Oh, I can make it a bigger corkboard? That's fine, I don't care about that. And Cannon Hawk on their 55 stream streak. Thank you for the last 55 streams, not miss a single one. You want a light switch. You're not having a marble light switch on a wood finish, my man. What? You already had a light switch and you won't let me sell it? Are those not the same light switch style? They aren't. You just weirdly want a second one. Okay. Here, you can go there. That way we just pretend it's not in existence. So let's see what else we would want. So let's worry about all the shelving and that kind of stuff first. Actually, make you the driftwood. Oh, we could say drawers yes or no. And so none of that matters. I was about to be like, what? Alright. I was saying a light switch would be great for in very particular situations. To be fair, if I am going in and out of the house, that could be one of those cases where you want to be like, boop. But you'd probably want it not down there, but over here, so that way the door doesn't block it. So that way when you're carrying a bunch of your plants and here you just kind of bump back, do that kind of thing. Oh, that's not against the wall, that's deeply upsetting. Wait. Huh? So you wanted... That does satisfy it. When I put the door just inside the room, it satisfies. Is something not right here? Oh, you want me to build a wall. Alright, so right now we're just going to shove this door and all that. That explains it. I'm sitting there like, why are you asking me to put these things that are redundant? He wants me to bisect that room or something like that. Which does mean I need to go through my tools. There we go. That's what's happening here. So I already bought a door. Let's grab that over here. They, like, eliminate all sound in the game for this? That's what's throwing me, as I keep expecting to hear stuff. So music volume was turned down. Okay. So now's where I make the great decision. It's very quiet. Yes, it is. Let's go in here. Settings. Yep. I did. That's the reason I grabbed the door first. That's interesting. Let me put the door in the other place without a problem. That's the reason I'm confused by this. Is like the other place just let me just slap a door on it and I can just go right through. There. Okay. Alright, so you got a bunch of stuff here. So you want neutral wood panels for the floor. Yeah, you don't really care about the style.
Well, well, hello there. How does it feel to be the most wanted house flipper in Pinnacle? It seems like the whole town's counting on you at this point. No matter if there's a wall to knock down or another to build, looks like you have all the skills needed in house flipping. Now you could easily take care of the driftwood house renovation. What a shame that town wants to keep its ugliest house status.
What do you say it's my calling? The Driftwood House?
There must be a lot going on in your life, since you forgot the first thing you asked me when you came back. So, the Driftwood House was supposed to be a community center, but there were problems with financing it. The previous crew wasn't paid on time and didn't finish the job. Then someone called it the ugliest house on this side of the coast. Visitors found it hilarious and posted pictures with it on socials. So it's a tourist attraction now. Sort of.
Let's see, a community center would be nicer.
Couldn't agree more. Same as a few of the townsfolk. I've heard there's a fundraiser to continue the renovation.
That's great news.
Yeah, it's good to see someone cares and wants to do something. So let's hope they'll succeed. Regardless of the outcome, I'll make sure to keep you updated. Take care.
I totally forgot they had any voice acting in this game. Okay, so we need to move that. And don't look at that corner, chat. I definitely didn't put the wood finish outside. Okay, so we got the floor they wanted. They would like... Yeah, that's fine. We can go to driftwood. The handles can be copper. The detailing will be walnut. That is a very old-timey looking desk. You are dating yourself with that desk immediately. Okay, and we have the computer chair. That green will not stand. Yep, I am going to make them deal with the orange. It's a cool desk. That is not a desk I'd want. Even like the earthy tones and all that, I don't mind that so much. But yeah. That's honestly a relatively fine color. Okay. Man, I wish painting was this easy. Just one dip in the old paint bucket. And all that distance. Oh. There we go. No cutting her. No cutting it either. It's just rolling is... That's the worst part. Rolling is easy. Yeah, the rolling isn't that bad. It's like, you know, taping off all the corners, doing all the stuff in prep to make sure it's all going to look good and whatever. Just gonna slap that right up against that wet paint. You didn't need to plaster that. Yeah, no, it should have a pretty gnarly texture on it. You want 6 of these? Base, we'll do the driftwood, we'll do the front woods and walnut again. Handles. Sure, why not? I don't actually care that much. Now we got the shelf. That's fine, whatever. Be just like schools and all that, put the thing like right either directly above the center of the class or directly above the door. Fringe? No. We're not doing fringe. Sorry. Hard pass. Sure, why not? Okay, so that room's apparently done. There we go. So put your laptop back over there. We had the wine glass from earlier. There you go. Got you all squared. Alright, so we'll deal with that in a moment. Because meanwhile, you had a bunch of stuff in here. Like, you want a door in here. What is your design idea here, my man? What? Alright, I mean, you're the one paying me. Are you making, like, a little dungeon or something to hide people in? Like, what is this? I know I read what he wanted me to do, but I'm immediately questioning his motives. No, he's gonna bring Benji in here, that's all. He's just gonna take his hammer with his nails, and he's gonna put Benji in there. I can imagine now that this game has co-op, this is probably entirely something you do to troll your friend. Is when they go to take a restroom break, you just quickly seal them into the wall. Okay, we apparently gained a level in building. Let's see. While you place brick, they already come with mortar on them. Brilliant. Brick by brick, aiming at the brick row that you're currently on will make the process faster. You only need focus. That'll be way faster than the other one. Alright, so. You would like the door. I do really appreciate... I don't think it clicked through directly to the door when we did that before. I think it had these reversed. Yeah, that looks better. Yeah, so it's made a new room that I have stuff I have to do in. Yeah, so it is making a tiny, tiny, tiny little bathroom. Your toilet is boring and you should be ashamed. Is it already 9? No, it's not. Okay. Ah, I see the problem there. So if we make it look like that, it'll look... It's fine, you can be ceramic. Alright. That is a real snug, what we would call a half bath. That's good enough. Make it out of press wood. Hey, Peter Ponders! How's it going? Good to see you. For those that don't know, Peter Ponders, absolutely fantastic content creator, been doing some V Rising recently. So if you're looking for that, then you could find that over there. Also, has an absolutely majestic mustache. It is what it is. You just have to take it. You just have to accept that. But yeah, but how's it been going? I'm having a great time of day. How do you like House Flipper 2? So I played House Flipper 2 right when it very, very first dropped on early access or whatever it was, and hadn't really gotten back since. I hadn't actually expected to play today, but I was being indecisive because I'm in that situation where, you know, I'm not quite sure what I want to play, because all the things I want to play I can't play yet because they're under embargo or they're not out yet, like that kind of thing. And so it's kind of waffling with all that. And so we put it up to a vote, and it's what chat went with. Which I have no complaints about. I mean, of these, that's probably the one I find the least whatever. There you go, we can make it copper. Not a huge fan of that setup, but I mean, this is a very snug bathroom, even for a half bathroom. It's the creepy giraffe. No, actually, that's a different game. The creepy giraffe decal game. No, don't do white paint. That's boring. Oh, you want grayscale? Oh, fine. Just have boring taste. It's fine. Yeah, I get it. Better, easier to resell because you've chosen a neutral color and yada yada. It's just, you know, if you were a spice, you would be flour. Take with that what you will. Just busy in real life? Yeah, no, I hear that. Did I miss a spot? What's going on here? Okay. I appreciate I can just blast right over top of a light switch and all that, and I don't have to worry at all about it. Like this wall doesn't look bad, but I mean, just beige, man. Just here, we're sealing this place. We will never speak of the boring blandness that you have made that room. All right. Let's see. Your house brother bot has a painting job done by someone who just painted over the switches like that. Oh yeah, no, we have a lot of our light switch plates are like that, which at least that's an easy fix. You just take off the plates and put new plates on at that point, and luckily, regular old just boring plates are super cheap. And those are not something I need anything really particularly fancy. Oh, right, we gained a level on our painting. Can of all colors. This new paint bucket allows the paint with all colors of the rainbow. Freestyle. Paint a surface without first setting the painting area like a true artist. No limits. Roller uses even less paint. Well, that's a straightforward upgrade. But yeah, and that's like it's a very like big thing, like my age group / younger. That the primary motivation with like the color selection of a lot of painting for previously was that you are investing in a home and you should choose colors that are more likely to sell and yada yada yada, which is why so many people go with like the off-white, eggshell, beige, all those kind of colors, because they do have a demonstrated much higher rate of sale and all that, because you can kind of make with the space what you want with your eyes, versus if I've actually chosen a color and everything, you're like, it's hard for people to see it as not that color. And there's been pushback because kind of all the houses look the same. Yeah, it's living in the house of the next buyer and not your own. Yeah, and it's one of those things. You paint your bedroom a rich teal and refuse to apologize. Yeah, ours is our half bath is like an aqua kind of teal color as well. We did like did we do an accent wall? No, we may have painted the whole thing. But either way, we did like an aqua teal kind of color. But it is one of those things that, because it was such a popular thing, that these days having your house painted like just beige, white, eggshell, that kind of stuff is kind of seen as like your house is outdated, that kind of thing. It's like, it's a classic that when time goes on, whatever yesterday's style was is like the very not style. So we've hit that kind of point of like a really big pushback against everything being that same like beigey whatever. Color palette, drab. Yes, that accurately describes what I'm seeing. That's the reason I was like hesitating for. I was like, this all looks bad. It looks washed out. Because before you were painting it, you're half it with bubblegum pink, half cotton blue, a cotton candy blue. Hey, you know what? At least they had character. That's it's a pretty bright choice. But you know what? I will take that over I like how you could choose the bulb, but I can't actually see the bulb that well. But at least it had some character and all that, because like all the houses and apartments I've been into, I'm gonna choose the color of the bucket. Why does even the bucket need to be drab? It's just the handle of the bucket right there. Sure, fine, whatever. Alright. But yeah, that was, we haven't repainted much of her house, because, like, it's one of those things we also haven't taken the time, like, if it's fine. I like how I can actually change the color of all the tools, as if that's something you would do. Just be like, no, no, no. These tools, they're not the right color. Nope, that tool is too red. Can't do it. Too red. Needs to be a little bit more on the orange. There we go. It seems to kind of remember some of the colors, but not the others. Yeah, so we weirdly have a bunch of copper-colored tools. Nothing wrong with it. having a poster of your town in it. I mean, that's a choice, I guess. Soil. Yes, no. Can't do it. I would look at that and be like, sir, you need a bigger pot for that plant. Also, there's zero chance these plants would do well in this area. And the reason why they probably wouldn't do well at all is just the fact that the chances of this door being a door that lets UV light and infrared light and all that through is next to none, so these plants would be getting remotely enough light to be healthy. And that little light box up there... Are you still silver? Thought I switched it. Believe it is switched. If not, I mean, that's a them problem at this point. Okay, so we can close this door. Okay. It's definitely silver. It's fine. We're going for like a back and forth thing, that's all. Okay, so it's not wanting me to put up more walls. Okay, so let's start with just doing the paint and getting it out of the way. Alright, good, so I want grayscale again. Alright. Yeah, like, part of the thing that makes these kind of games fun versus doing this in real life is painting around this stairwell would be incredibly obnoxious. And then adding to that, you would also need to actually plaster your walls. You're not just going to be slapping a coat of paint on there unless you want to look like textured brick, which is a style that some people go through. Okay. Okay, that's done, so get you out of here. And then you want neutral wood flooring. Okay, and you want it all up here. You also can't just go to the door frame like that? Oh, yeah. Like, that's the thing. Like, actually rolling the paint on the wall is, like, the minimum part of it. It's a lot of work, and you often have to be, like, reaching well above you or beneath you or climbing up and down on ladders and all that kind of stuff. But just, like, all the stuff of taking, you know, either taking the time to go in the room and remove all the light switches and all the faceplates for your outlets and all that kind of stuff. So you don't paint over them. Getting out your painter's tape, that blue tape, and putting, or blue or green, depending on the branch and all that. Going along all the edges to... I can finish the job right now. This is a satisfactory job right here. The halfway tiled floor. Perfect. No notes. They let you basically finish a job that's like 70% done. It's kind of like in Farm Sim when you take some of those contracts in Farm Sim 25, where you're very distinctly nowhere near finished with the job, but it's like 80-ish%, and they're like, yeah, that's fine. It's just that way you don't run into that thing where it's like there's 1/10 of a spot that got overlooked, and you're trying desperately to find it. Because sure, that's a fair thing in real life, but also really obnoxious from a gameplay standpoint of just wandering around trying to find that one speck of dirt you overlooked. Tremor, isn't there like a buy another button? Just switch the pattern halfway through. Be like, what? I was out. I'm gonna have to move it. Ah, they don't match. This is perfect. I didn't actually match them up properly. I think the one was rotating, the other isn't. Yeah, no, I definitely missed that. If it was my own house, I would care. But, you know, I'm looking over my notes in the contract, and it didn't say the floor had to match. So, you know. It's certainly an improvement on what they had before, right? Okay. We're not doing drab. Go for kind of a rust color. So we're gonna hide it. So here we go, chat. We just put this right across the middle here. A little bit over. Put you in the middle here. The plant over there for a moment. We have a second carpet they want. That is such a weird choice for a carpet. Imagine having to roll up that carpet. Yeah, that one. I'm sure someone creative can make some pretty patterns of the mismatching. Oh, it wouldn't surprise me at all. So I'll move it slightly off of the wall. We can use it as an excuse of running the cables, but what we're really doing is we're hiding the seam that much more. Go with that in a minute. There we go. Those guys that have come back is like, I was looking for something nice and not too bright, and we're like, gotcha, fam. Don't worry, not too bright. Screaming bright orange. Guess it'll go over there, I don't know. We got the stools. And you want these ones. So even though the pattern is completely broken, the only place you really notice it now is right here is pretty glaring. But over here there's enough visual distraction you don't really notice it that much. You do stand back and go, something's not right here. And it does draw your eyes down to it. Alright, so we're missing one of the rooms has something missing. You're all fine there. Oh, wasn't there like a bedroomer up here I had to do? There you are. We need to move you out of the way for a minute. We'll deal with that in a moment. Okay, so you want the natural wood floor, do this, we'll take that same pattern again, we'll rotate it because I don't learn my lessons. Wait. Oh, you want it on the wall. Well, it'll be a little bit weird to have this pattern on the wall, but okay. We got all that going on. Where is my thing for going to surfaces? That mismatch pattern would honestly deeply upset me even more if I bought the house and noticed it later. Oh yeah. No, those are the kind of things that, like, I mean, that one's pretty glaring. But that was, like, I ended up having a bunch of electrical problems in my house that when we first bought it and we had the person kind of go through and do their inspection, you know, basically went completely unnoticed. Until he started like pulling open some electrical outlets and doing that kind of stuff. And then once you saw them, you're like, oh, this is bad. Like, stuff's not grounded correctly. We've got wires that are just flat out exposed here. They're not color matching anything. Like, this is begging for someone to electrocute themselves. Yeah, it's fine, whatever. And it was like, when I found just one outlet like this, like, okay, I'll just fix this outlet. And then after I found, like, the second, I was like, alright, fine. And I started tearing open, like, every... Did you... Is that not accept... Oh, you wanted to. Never mind. I was like, is that one not acceptable? Have I failed? No, where do you want me to put this, my guy? Okay, pillows. So many of these patterns, it's like, yeah, no, I've seen that pattern. That'll actually work okay. Do I not? That's fine, whatever. Alright, so now I got the whole job done. Needs more, vibrant magenta. The dresser door's just begging to be slammed into that mirror. Yup. That sounds like a them problem. So yeah, so we've got everything done, so finish the job. And I'll earn 39,000. The green wall in the front of that does not go with the rest of it. The green wall in the front of that last year, like, yep, that's the thing. Is everything to your liking now? This is a great improvement. I like the new furniture, and there's a lot of space for me to work, which is the most important, so thank you. In the future, feel free to ask for tips about plant cultivation. I'll hold you to it. Okay, so we did some little side quest. Let's see, because we apparently own a second property. I guess I own both these, because this... Is this one the over the garage property? Yeah, this is the over the garage property. And then we also own the family home. Because I believe you can sell properties. Oh, I Did I do this last time deliberately awful? That doesn't seem like... I do terrible things. That is the thing I do, is I do terrible things to houses. But that combination of wallpaper is aggressive. Like, the garage is whatever, it's a garage. My family home is a dump. No matter what happens, remember that I love you. I don't know, Mom or Dad. whatever it is, I feel like if you said you loved your home and then you told me you loved me, I would assume you hate me. Because look at your home. Yeah, I think the idea is this is supposed to be that they got in over their head and then just handed this over to you. You can have the big bedroom now if you want. Complete with a shattered lamp on the floor. Yeah, I feel so. The wallpaper with the birds wouldn't be that bad. It's the wall. I mean, other than the fact that it's horrifically stained, it wouldn't be that bad. It's the fact that it's like this busy bird wallpaper on one wall and this busy zebra wallpaper, and then the polka dot blue cabinets, and this deep red painting on the. It's just you kind of stand there and be like, what do we even do with any of this? Remember to water the plants. Mom, Dad, I don't know how to tell you this, but we are months too late to water these plants. These are already very dead plants. There's no giving a little sippy sip of water that's gonna help this. What kind of fireplace? I mean, it had to be like an electric fireplace or something like that. I mean, it'd sell the note. Yes, get it all out of here. I don't want to see it. It disgusts me. Even left your old shoes in my doorway. This is a complete overhaul. Get rid of it all. Everything must go. You sold your laptop, but don't panic. You can still enter your emails by buying the store and everything you find by simply pressing tab. You can even buy a brand new laptop. Sorry, I didn't mean to like blow up the mic there. I'm pretty sure I sold the keys out. Oh, good. You left me expired pizza. Awesome. Very thoughtful, Mom and Dad. Hi, my future self, because no one else cleans in here. I mean, whoever wrote that, you're not wrong. I wouldn't even say it's a whoever no one else cleans in here. I'd say nobody ever cleans in here. Okay. Is this going to be cost effective at all, what I'm about to do? Sorry about the trash. You're not sorry. You're not sorry. If you were sorry, you would have cleaned it up. I love how the game correctly identifies that almost everything here should be considered trash with its own right. You can throw it out now. You throw it out. Your mom didn't let me. Don't worry, Mom. All of these things that were probably important to you. Welcome home, sweetie. Doesn't feel like home. Feels like I climbed into a dumpster. Didn't manage to finish the extra room. Have fun with it. Thank you for taking this burden from me. Especially considering you left those paint buckets open, all of that's ruined. You sold the Post-it note? Oh yeah, absolutely. I don't know if I got any money for it. Because I'm not paying attention to the money we're getting for this. I'm just going, everything must go. So I actually just sold the shade tree. That's something I probably did want to keep. What is this? What is this entire home design? I'm not trying to say my parents had terrible taste, but their taste is pretty appalling. Send Tom documents. Tom's not getting his documents. You're clearly boxed stuff that was probably important that you wanted to keep. That's getting sold too. This appears to be pointing at the roof, and I'm a little concerned what happens if I click and hold this. Because it's implying I'm going to get $37. What is that? We're not making our money back in this flip chat. We're just building a house now. And in theory, this is my room, which I'll just point out was the one and only room that was organized in the whole house. Now, granted, our plants are also dead in here, but, you know, that's what it is. In memory of the lost bagel. What are you talking about? At least the guitar was worth something. And these are all clearly stuff I didn't care about, considering I moved out, left them all behind. So probably sentimental value, but not enough for me to actually take, which means not that important. There's a dead bagel under your bed. I didn't want the trusses either. So here's a question I want to figure out. And I probably tested this the last time. But, you know, I remember what we tested last time. If I smash all the bottom part, does the top part go too? It probably doesn't, knowing the style of game this is. I don't think it does, but we're gonna find out. I mean, those did fall. You just knock out the last thing, and it, like, you know, it just shows a newspaper kind of thing. Like, just a newspaper thing, you know, local home repair guy collapses house on himself. Sorry, sweetie, now you have to do your own laundry. I don't think the laundry is the big thing I'm working on, mom and or dad. I feel like the laundry is not the part I'm upset about. Gonna be real, the laundry seems pretty mild. What is... Oh, it's just the under the stairwell. That actually makes sense. Alright. Strong hit versus changes faster. There's no waste time. Precision hit is... Yeah, we just want... Alright. Yeah, these type of games usually don't do, like, is this actually supported calculations beyond, is that thing attached to a wall? Because this house would already be way past not structurally sound. And it's fun in games to be able to do, like, silly things that, you know, don't really make any meaningful real-life sense. Alright. You knocked the last one out of the game, Crat. I've done that in games before. That was Ship Graveyard Simulator too. We did that a couple of times. Where I went through everything and we're like having a good time with it. We hit that last one to watch the whole thing come apart. And then the game seizes up for a good handful of seconds. And then just crashes. Okay, we have removed everything that could be supporting down from the floor, except the stairs. And the trellis by the gazebo. Be a good look at that trellis here in a second. I mean, it's not attached to the house. Then our post in the front corner. I thought I got them all, but we'll double check. I think we got them all. Either way, I'm accepting that I just need to break. Yeah, we can test it right here. See, that's not free flying, so yeah. Okay. This is definitely our character working through some things, that this is their childhood home, and our parents have bequeathed it to us, and we're like, it has to go. None of this may stay. None of this may have, like, there should be no evidence of this ever having occurred. This is our character working through some stuff. The complete and utter disassembly of our childhood home. Brick by brick, sledgehammer. Do you have a building permit for this work? No. Okay, so we do little baby hits there if we need to. No precision happening here though. Tom's exam, March 27th, 1 p.m. All right. You have to red tag you. So I used to work along with code enforcement, but I have no idea what that is. I did the IT side of things, not like the actual one going to your house being like, hey, you need to have a spring on that door, like not that kind of stuff. That said, you hear about some of the wild stuff they find out there, and you're like, nah, man. There's some stuff that definitely needed actions. And don't get me wrong, some of it on the surface seems silly or petty or whatever. But then once you like actually think about it, it's like, oh wait, no, now I understand why there's rules around that. Honestly, the vast majority of the time, people made a big stink of something. They want to do, like, some major home improvement thing, or, like, had to get the roof replaced just, you know, because it was old or whatever. Like, not even code enforcement, they just hurricane damaged their roof, and they're like, alright, we want to replace our roof. And code would come and be like, hey, you need to... Like, your house was built 30, 40 years ago. The code around the trusses have changed to make your house be able to stand Cat 3 hurricanes or stronger. You just need to change this bracket for this other bracket. And then people would throw a huge hissy fit like, dude, you're replacing your roof. You're already in it for thousands to tens and thousands of dollars. The extra $100 or $2 to get different brackets on your trusses is not exactly the thing you need to be upset about. It's literally going to help you not be, let me check my notes, needing to replace your roof again as soon. Like, don't get me wrong, there's definitely code that when you see it, you're like, why the hell does anyone do this or care? And it's just like there's some niche reason why it needs to be. Then there's that stuff, you're like, come on, man. Yeah, the current Florida building code requires you to meet 180 wins per construction. Yep. It was sustained Cat 3, and then I can't remember like what 180 is so far as the category. But the point is it's hurricane stuff, because Florida, we get hit by hurricanes. So we have building codes that says, hey, you need to make your home able to stand within a certain strength of hurricane. You know, Cat 5's still gonna just topple your home over like it's made out of made out of thatch. But, you know, it'll hold up to a Cat 3 just fine, not counting Storm Surge if you're on the coast, and it'll hold up against a Cat 4 mostly. That's definitely the one where you start maybe looking at leaving the area when it rolls in. For those outside of Florida, generally the rule we have on how you approach hurricanes, if it's tropical storm cat 1 or 2, unless you're like right on the shore, you just kind of shrug, make sure you've got your emergency supplies, first aid, flashlight, all that stuff. And don't get me wrong, you should take it seriously. But generally it's like, alright, our houses are built for this, this is a mild inconvenience. Then it's cat 3 where everyone kind of stops and the ears perk up and they're like, okay, this doesn't mean we need to get out of here, but like you got my attention now. And then cat 4 and 5 is when, you know, don't F around, man. If you're like right on a body of water like a lake or the ocean or something like that, yeah, then that's an entirely different animal. Even a small cat 1 hurricane, if you're like right on the shore, can be devastating. Because the ocean stops being in your front yard and starts being in your home. And houses don't handle having the ocean inside of them. Does your area have stricter building codes because chain of islands? Yeah. Makes sense. We don't have too many problems where I'm at, because a lot of the development here, when I say it's new, we're talking last 30 years. It's not new. There is new in the area, but it's generally like 70s, 80s, 90s, 2000s. It's not till you get farther out there that you start finding the stuff that's been around since like the 60s and 50s. And it's those houses from like the 60s and 50s that are ones that wind up having code compliance issues. But those are also the same houses that, you know, they go to pull up a floor, they take one look and say, nope, that's asbestos. This floor, it stays. Don't have someone do this floor. That's asbestos. No, I can't reach down that low. I had that at the retail store we worked at. Went through and had taken some pretty bad damage from... It was a set of 3 hurricanes that kind of came back to back to back that they grabbed the... Like, there's like the big giant air conditioners that you see like on large commercial buildings. It took one of those, broke all the brackets that latched it to the roof, and just dragged it across the top of the roof and just sliced the whole roof up. Like, the length of the building on one side. Completely destroyed the store. Just flooded all the merchandise, destroyed all of it. But when they started doing some major repairs on the store and everything, and they're like, you know, while we're doing this, let's pull up these floors, you know, they look terrible, they're super dated. You know, they definitely look like they came out of the 80s and everything, and this is like 2005 or so. And they started to pull up the floor and went, nope, we are not changing the floors. And the rumor is because they found asbestos, and they're like, nope, we're not doing it. Like, if we start working on this, the whole store is going to be shut down for months while they, you know, have to do the whole, like, put the thing in the big, like, big tent thing and everything. I can only imagine doing that for, like, a whole mall, what that even has to be like. Because asbestos is super dangerous stuff. So, we have real strict rules around asbestos. I mean, there's that, like, the song singing like it feels like it's like, I don't know, I actually am getting some pretty good satisfaction about just taking a sledgehammer and deconstructing an entire property. There's certainly something cathartic about this. Excuse me? We have strict rules around it now. Yes. Well, I mean, for a while we didn't know it was bad for you. Like, that's part of the thing that's so deceptive about asbestos. Is it is one of those things that you get exposed to it, everything seems fine, and then 30 years later, the doctor tells you you got, like, a couple of weeks to live. You know, here's a website that will have all your paperwork in order just to help you get through the paperwork before you die. Levels of you're going to be going fast. It's like really awful stuff. And so nowadays you have really, really strict rules around its use. It's not like full on banned. You can't use it for literally anything, but it is extremely regulated. I don't think you can use it for anything residential at all. What's the song? The song is Oh, It Feels So Good by Par... Oh man, how do I pronounce that? Hagstrom? And it's O like the letter O, not O like OH. So it's O, comma, It Feels So Good. I've already forgot. It's like oh, sorry, Par Hagstrom. It's got umlauts. It's very German. So far as the name. It's got all the umlauts. There's like, in that name, there's like 3 sets of umlauts. Cool. Oh, I do have a flashlight. I was like, it's getting kind of dark. Honestly, that little lamp that I just took over what was over the top of the stairwell, that absolutely screams of houses in the 60s and 70s. The house I grew up in before I moved down to Florida absolutely had a light like that over the stairwell. And then my grandmother's house in Ohio when she was still around, that one also very much had like that little cutesy little lamp that just kind of chilled over the stairwell. Oh, I'm sure I missed spots. We'll get it. And this is the fireplace. Considering how badly taken care of the house was, the roses outside are lovely. And randomly a whole bunch of pallets. The idea that you're just gonna go to your garden like this and just sell all your plants for like 11 bucks each seems wild to me. Like, how is this actually working? Am I just like pulling all my plants, tossing them in like the really cheap plastic pots, and then going to local farmers market and selling them for like 15 bucks? You know, so $12 profit. I'm also looking at this, and the roses look lovely, and then it's stuff like the fern kind of plants and all that, they're the ones that look like I'm struggling. It's like, man, you do not know roses. If you think it's gonna be the roses that do well, and it's gonna be the fern that dies. I can assure you those roses will be a wilted mess in no time. And the fern will be like, yeah, it's fine, whatever. Maybe it'll start to yellow. Like, even when fern die, they'll still, like, stay yellow for a little while, and you'll be like, is it dead? Or is it just, like, needs a little water? Like, where are we at in the spectrum of how this fern is doing? Private property, no trespassing sign? Gross. Or like selling the newspapers. Who am I selling it to? Who is buying a rolled up newspaper for any amount of money? One second, I've got sky glass to clean up. Where's the broom? There we go. Sometimes you just gotta do a little sky vacuuming for your broken glass. I also appreciate that I don't have an entire house's worth of debris to sweep up into garbage bags, not. Minecraft, not house flipper anymore. Hey, look. Not gonna try and tell my parents this way, but their home was unsalvageable. So we're just starting entirely over. Because I'm also thinking we're going to go ahead and change the footprint of the home too. That's the reason I sold all the other junk around. Is I'm like, you know what? We're going to go to our parents and say, hey, you won't even recognize it when you get back. Because it literally won't exist. Well, you just got this? Is this the original family home you get, right? Yeah, I think you unlock it later on. I can't remember. I can't remember if you get it at the beginning or what, because, like, we played this a long time ago when it first dropped into early access, and it was fun, but honestly, there was some decisions in the game that kind of disappointed me compared to the first one. One of the big ones being, like, when you would install the toilets and all that in this one, you just kind of plunk it down and it's just done, versus the first one, you would put the toilet in place, and you have kind of this thing where you'd put the toilet there, and then you have to, like, attach the water intake and screw it in place. And that little, like, mini game of doing the thing, I thought was, one, cool, because while I've done a lot of my own home repair and all that, there's certain things I've not done. I, in real life, have not replaced a shower. I haven't had a need for it. I have replaced a toilet. I mean, actually, I've done more than one. I've replaced our stuff, but the shower just happens to be one that didn't happen. Or same with the bathtub. I've not replaced a bathtub in real life. But it was cool to, like, see them lift. I was like, oh, it's just, this is all that's underneath there. That's very simple. But until you do that, it's just kind of this mysterious, it's a thing on the floor. the water somehow makes its way into its pipe. You just assume that the drain pipe goes directly there, but like, how do the water intakes not? And they're like, oh, it's a hose. I'm like, makes sense. Now it feels simple, like silly that we didn't figure that out earlier. Yeah. And they added like a mini game kind of thing you can do with it. But it's not the same. It's like the side thing where you can assemble stuff. Alright, chat, so what's gonna happen here in just a minute is Tomb should be home from work. So what I'm gonna go ahead and do is we'll be getting to our break here in just a minute. And I'm gonna run downstairs, welcome her home, and then take just a minute to toss some food in the oven, because, you know, every once in a while we'll have something important that comes up that, you know, me and Tomb need to quickly discuss. Because she'll be to bed before I'm off stream, so... Are you gonna tell her about the demolishing the childhood home? Oh yeah, absolutely. I think she'll find it relatable, not in the actual demolishing, but just kind of going to, like, your childhood home and looking at some of the decisions that were made around it, being like, yep, we don't do that now. We have improved this house a bunch by making it a dirt lot. Alright, I'll be back in a couple minutes, chat, and thank you again for tuning in. And I do hope you enjoy the stream. Metal pipe is actually a pretty crap weapon. No. I missed. Yeah, but I was just kind of showing... I talked about like putting like a giant pile of bodies to try and ramp. But you can see where you can get some pretty good air. Ah, that hurts. That was just 1 second. Like here, I'm assuming someone got a clip of it. If you have a clip of it, let me know and I'll permit you. And oh no, I chose the wrong thing. I didn't mean to arrest you. I meant to give you medicine. This is not at all the same thing that what I meant to do. Whoops. I unintentionally did a literal kidnapping.
Cause like I have to look at you. Oh, it's nice that your hands.
Love.
Love. We've done it, chat. We successfully murdered a whole lot of trees.
Jesus, that one was torture.
We'll deal with that in a minute. Because I need that sorted right away. Because we're about to go into the Noctil event, and once that happens, they will be allowed to shoot at me, and I will not be allowed to shoot back. That's a regular hit. I need this to fly true. Night, High Lord. This is you. Anywhere in the middle will do. That, I approve. You done good today, kid. What happened to you? You lost to a guinea pig? What? Is the guinea pig still around? Panther. Friend. Buddy. You lost to a guinea pig. A guinea pig straight up ruined you. Hardcore guinea pig, I'm saying that much. Is this the thing? Okay. Unidentified helpless creature that's dead. Can I run in? Nope, 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 nope. Okay.
I want to go home.
I was trying to run back out, but apparently it's like a black hole. I was like, do I need to find the thing in the middle and research it? The answer was no. The answer was the new novelty, and people have such ridiculous numbers. There's a lot of people who are... One moment, please. My mic just attached itself from my desk, so give me a second. Refuel your car. Switch, throw the switch to change. I want to put you away. That's probably fine. I've got eggs in my pocket. I got to keep that in mind as well. I hate all of this. This is deeply upsetting. I should tell the sad news. No, no, please. Imagine that's your permadeath run, and that's how you die. Oh man, guard, don't do that. Why would you do that, guard? That is unacceptable behavior, guard. How dare you? How dare you, sir? That is not okay. Oh man. That guard's gonna have to be fired. I'm gonna have failed this like at the door. Oh come on, just give me a tower. Graveyard check. Excellent news. The wonder has been built. Completed the great monument. All of us are very proud to be part of the Glorious Empire. Graveyard check. Excellent news. You did a great job. We completed all the goals in the city. We can move on to the next place and create a new city in order to expand our Glorious Empire. That's good because I was going to literally lose the next term. Great architect, the Emperor, I regret to inform you that have been dismissed from management due to low loyalty. Oh, okay, I won and I lost in the same turn. Excellent, perfect. It's fine. This is the demo, by the way. There's our winner. Hey buddy, I need a volunteer. Do you volunteer as tribute? Okay, do not instinctively stab. Fall over. Alright. So we make our salad. Welcome, buddy. And we have 121,000. Or sorry, 135, 121. So we have beaten our record. But I want to eat the pizza. Okay. Like I'm someone who'd actually talk through all that kind of stuff. Because I was gonna put up a review that said, well, great, the bot's busted. Getting one of the things that really makes it easier to pick up trees. That's not what I want. I knew that was coming the moment that happened. Oh, we're probably dead here. That's it. Alright, so it is 5 below now. And then continuing to go down. It should be flipping at some point, because it's 210.8 was the flip point. Oh, there we go. Steam is down to 5 kilograms. It's cooling down much more rapidly now. It's actually fluctuating wildly. The fanfare. The fanfare for sploosh. 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 So this would be the Kurzawa Tartak, which I assume is basically saying it's the train station. Alright. And now I just have one more business up this way. I think it's a business. Or it's the border. Who really knows? And then they'll bring a conclusion to our tour and we can go back to our farming needs. I think it's the border. I think it's the border. So, we're gonna try and make a break for it. The wizards can't stop us. They don't know. We can make it. We can escape this world. Hurry. Don't let me down, John Deere four-wheeler. We can absolutely get out of here. Oh. At least the wizards were enough to put a "you can't go this way" sign. Alright. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. With that, that does conclude our tour. This has been a fantastic tour. I believe this tour, once I'm not going to call it any specific,
okay,
again, it's not about
so
individual groups.
honestly, like I don't need a license to do anything to your property owned. So there's parts to that. Like you're talking about permits. Yeah, there's stuff that like when you go to do on your property are pretty petty whatever things. They're like, I need a permit for that. And it feels weird. And I could agree there's definitely stuff that you require permits for that just feel kind of as a weird thing. But at the same time, I've seen people do very significant like structural changes to their house with no idea what the hell they're doing. And you're like, no, we need a permit. I still don't know what... I don't know how you make trash bag go. How make trash bag go? I bet you probably just have to get like an actual trash can and it vanishes. Alright. So our house is already greatly improved from what it once was. Yeah, I think it is as well. What is interesting is we have like a bunch of this is a dirt, a bunch of this is grass. So we got ourselves a nice clean rectangle we can work with. And I guess the first question... Put up for auction -50. So the house technically if we sold it, we would in theory lose $16,000. I fully expect that we're gonna lose money on this house, by the way. Okay, outside. That's fine. Alright. Trying to think of how we want to deal with this. I'm also not getting the choice to... Oh, there we go. Yeah, the ground isn't level. I'm not sure how we navigate that. Is there a alter terrain? Yeah, no, it's... Oh, wait, what's this? Garden tools? Lawnmower? What? Okay, then. Does this matter? So I was trying to figure out is if I can affect the ground where like the grass is all gone and all that. If there's a way like I could get thawed or something to make it not that. If we go to where that pergola was where it's all sand and make it not that. There's got to be something to improve that. The lawnmower is weird in that it can go sideways. One bit of good news is then I can see any of the trash we've missed. Yeah, and also be curious, so the whole idea, and this is both house flipping in real life as well as the video game, is you want to buy a house, get it at a relatively good price. Usually because it needs some repairs or whatever the thing going on with it is. You know, it's not the current style, so it needs to be, you know, kind of brought up to be competitive for sales or whatever. And then what you're trying to do is make changes to the house that will increase its value at, like, the highest margins. So a lot of house flipping is honestly just take the house, paint it. Honestly, you'll be amazed at how much house flipping is, like, literally just buy a house, paint it. Because just a coat of paint makes the house look so much better. And that can be, like, a huge thing. There's also sometimes, like, you'll go into the kitchen, and that's one of the rooms that usually stands out the most as being dated. It's just appliance change the most. So it's buy house, take a couple of the appliances in there that are really out of date, toss in something, doesn't need to be high-end, just something more modern. And so you might spend a couple $1,000 on appliances, but then in turn, you turn around and sell the house for like an extra $10,000, $15,000 because, you know, you've spruced it up. Or it could be something as simple as, like, the countertop is all chewed up and gross that, like, you know, was press board that got what's the word, compromised. So, like, it's all splitting and nasty. So you just rip that off and you slap on some, like the cheapest you can find granite top or whatever to more modernize it. So you spend a couple $1,000 redoing the countertops, but then again, now it's a modern kitchen, so you can jump the price tag $10,000, $15,000. Your kitchen's super dated, but the appliances were top of the line at the time. They still work great. Yeah, well, that's kind of the thing. Even with house flipping, a lot of time it's like, this works right. But if I make this change, I can turn around. I want to put that away. Put down, rotate, cancel. I want to, there we go. No? Here, you can just live in the back corner for right now. It is what comes like house flipping in real life. It doesn't matter if it still works. Like, that's fine. There's just a lot of times, because you are trying to make money doing it, just updating it to whatever the latest thing gives an entirely different perception of the house. Well, Vacuum, you really kind of suck. And I mean, not in the way you're supposed to. As in, you're bad at suck? To be fair, we are also sweeping up entire leaves, and generally speaking, you don't want to do it with a vacuum anyways. So maybe it's fair that it's bad at it. Alright. Yeah, my only reservation is this one spot of dirt in the front is elevated. And it doesn't look, at least I haven't found a way that looks like I can remedy that. This spot right here. I'm trying to see if there's a way I can manipulate the terrain. So that's pots and plants, accessories, these are constructions, is that kind of stuff. That's all outdoor hobbies. That's like stuff. Building accessories. That's so I can make it look like a construction zone. Architectural elements. Yeah, so it looks like I'm going to kind of be stuck making this a planter. Need a shop vac for that? A shop vac is better. I mean, some of that stuff, it's just get a rake. Alright. So, I do think we're going to be stuck just with the nature of how this is. Making that into a planter.
Thanks, Enjoy.
It looks yummy.
It does look nice.
Yeah, so this is going to need to be a planter. Just by the fact that I don't think I can manipulate the terrain. What's to eat? We have Tennessee honey barbecue pulled pork. And, I didn't do that right. And, rosemary potatoes. Okay. So I've got to switch you over to precision mode. Because that one's got to go. There. All fix. Alright. So that's going to kind of be stuck where it is. And I'm definitely in camp of less yard is better. Oh, okay, it made a concrete foundation. I was like, excuse me? We did what now? When it just all switched. I was expecting to have to do like row by row on the bricks, so having the whole thing just instantly paved like that is pretty sweet. We got a perk for construction, which doesn't surprise me because we just probably put down more brick the whole time. So, brick building is now maxed. Say, judging by size, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That would probably be big enough. So you can have a walkway over there. Alright, so now I've got a foundation here. That's how fast it takes to actually lay a foundation, right? Like literally you just kind of go poke, poke, poke. And then just one quick brush with a concrete trowel and it's just done. That seems reasonable, right? We're finding all the bits of stuff that was on everything. That's how it's done in real life. Good. Good to know. You know what? Let's continue with the asymmetry here a little bit. The same thing. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So we're on the 7th row. Let's not go way back here. Let's go around here, maybe. So that'll be our foundation. And I'll probably end up putting foundation out here later for a sidewalk, but we'll worry about that in a minute. So my plan is this will be the front door. This will be just like a little stoop with a window area around it. That might need some finagling. This we could plan to be a garage. I'll figure out how I want to actually do the way going out there. The planter is going to be a planter. We kind of get that one forced on us. But my plan is to actually have the garage have a doorway that goes out here. So we have like this little weird walkway. Maybe this kind of becomes sort of a front patio-ish, maybe? Yeah, let's put down the foundation, but we aren't going to wall this off. Alright. So, now we need to do our actual beginning construction. Did I just make the whole... Well, no, it wouldn't be the whole width. So we'll do it something like this, about 3 tiles from each side. That's our driveway coming in. Oh, it's trying to tell me, where's the height on this? That's what I'm trying to see. So that's supposedly... Oh, no, that's 6 feet. 9'4". That's supposedly 10 feet. That's about how high a normal standard floor is. Now, granted, that's... They're saying, so it's 9 feet is? So if it cancels out that, that should be 9 feet then. Yeah, that's about right. Assuming we're a fairly average height person, you know, you'd be able to reach up and touch the top of that. Maybe get on your tippy toes just a little bit. Yeah, because my height I can go is 8'8" or whatever. All right. Yeah, it's also a thing that the floor itself does cut across, so we'll do that. I cannot tell the line up here. All right. So let's see, for the garage, how big do we want to make that? I'm trying to think off the top of my head how long a car probably is. Car's probably what? Like a regular old car is probably what? 12 feet long? Maybe? Maybe more? Maybe 16 feet long? Because I've never had to think of the length of the car in feet before. Because you have like the engine area, I would guess it's like 3-4 feet. Then you have each person sitting in there would probably be 3-4 feet within their range as well. You know, from the sit position to the where it goes forward. Maybe 16? Yeah, I'd think like 20 feet. I don't think there's actual cars in this game that we can get to put in the garage or anything like that, but I'm just trying to go like, what would be a realistic size for a garage here? Alright. The average length of a car is 14.7 feet, though it varies based on the size classes. The average car lengths for common stars are 10 to 14 for compact,
14 to 16 for midsize. Thank you. Yeah, no, it sounds about right. So then if we make it 20 feet, that'd be probably reasonable for a garage because you would pull the car in and it would take up its space. And then you'd have the extra, 4-ish feet or whatever, in front of to get around. So it'd be your classic 2-car garage that you get here in the US where you've got 2-car garage. What else are you fitting in there? Pretty much nothing else. Because you got room for your 2 cars, and that's pretty much it. And honestly, so if this is used for 2 cars, this garage probably wouldn't work for 2 cars. It's not wide enough. But for a 1-car garage, that wouldn't be that bad, because you'd pull in here, and you'd probably have a good clearance of a good couple feet on either side. Your garage is 20 feet? Well, that makes me feel even perfectly on the money. SUVs and trucks are longer? Yeah, that's good. That means we just won't make it longer because they're not welcome here. I mean, what? There's nothing wrong with SUVs and truck. I'm not personally a fan of driving SUVs or trucks, but I respect the trucks have their utility use and all that. And your truck has clearance of like 6 feet when you park? Nice. Motorcycles? Exactly. Count the floor tiles along its length. Well, that's the thing. If we go like this, it actually tells us that this is interior space 19... Like, you can... Like, it's right up there. It's 19 feet 4 inches. Okay, so there's an actual object here we can get that's a garage door. So you're 10 by 12, 10 by 16. Oh, I'm gonna have to measure that. So you are 22 tiles wide. Okay. Interesting.
So here we are, Reverend Jack on the ground, snake bitten.
Yeah, I think.
How is it gonna go with apocalypse?
Yeah, so you see the thing here is so if I'm gonna make it a 1-car garage.
She took off into the city on the back of her pale white horse on fire. Pressing on for Armageddon to come, saving just
I'm gonna have to adjust the size a bit. There's also a choice of having it like this, where one side's wider than the other, so you can put like your washer machine and all that or whatever on one side. I might do that. Just center and leave it there, it'll be fine. I mean, it does let me put it there. Okay. Yeah, honestly, this garage actually has some space inside of it. Like, it doesn't feel particularly roomy, but there's not a terrible amount of space considering you'd get out of your car and all that, because if you pull this in, this is 20 feet long, if your car is only like 12, whatever, you've probably got a good 4 or so feet over here.
It's still a little snug, but you'd be able to fit your washer and dryer and your lawnmower and all that crap in here. Like, very genuinely, a garage that size feels like what I have at my house for a 2-car garage. Where, like, instead of having the extra wall space... Why am I overanalyzing it? Because I feel like it. Because, like, my garage would be like you'd go out here for a little bit wider on both sides, and we'd squeeze both cars in here, and there's, like, zero room, and you kind of have to, like, really elbow your way past things. Alright. But besides, part of the fun is making a reasonable house. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. We'll make it a patio. So 13 is where we'll put the cutoff here. We'll bring it over there. Okay. So I've got that. Right now we're just kind of walling in the property, getting all that sorted out. I'm curious what shows like the before and after images, what they'll end up looking like. Alright, so yeah, we'll just go ahead and make the house take up the whole area. I'm not going to worry about a back patio, I don't think. Or at least not like a ground level back patio, I don't think. Come on, work with me here. All right. It's something you always wished you could do in house building simulations. You've never been able to replicate the basement in the house in building sims. Yeah, there's been a couple of like survival crafters that'll let you do proper basements. But yeah, no, I do agree most building sims tend to focus way more on just like taking an existing space and doing something with it. So honestly, the fact that it's letting me even go this far is a pretty marked improvement. Oh, there's another whole row of bricks. Okay. All right. So see, this house is a daylight basement. Oh yeah, no, that's not the house I grew up in Florida, but when I lived up in Michigan, our house was kind of along a hillside, so it was kind of this weird house in the sense that. Oh, that's fine. It's kind of a weird house in the sense that like. Depending on how you looked at it, you could consider it like a 2-story house or a 3-story house
like a 2-story house with a basement or a 3-story house just in general. Because, like, the front part of the house only had 1 floor. But then you went in a little ways and there was a stairwell that went up to the 2nd floor for, like, a second area. So it kind of went, like, 1 floor to 2nd floor. But then because the hill sloped down, there was a basement, but the basement was ground level on the back where it was underground on the front kind of thing. And so it's like weird thing, because like to give you an idea on it, the back of the area, if you went from like that being the ground, you had your 3 different floors. What is the basement for the rest of the house, the middle floor, and then the top floor. Whereas the front, it wasn't aligned with the other floors. It's kind of like halfway between. So it kind of had this weird like, you know, bottom floor, you go up slightly to this floor, you go up slightly to that floor, you go up slightly to this floor, you go up slightly to that floor kind of thing. It's a really weird layout. But it's kind of cool. In practice, the downstairs was just a basement. And then that, like, the first semi, like, half floor, like, that was basically just a living room and the garage. And then you went this way, and then that floor was, like, the kitchen, and then, like, the guest room, or whatever you wanted to call it, just, like, the common room, or whatever. And then you'd go back up here. And, like, there wasn't really anything... I'm trying to think if there's anything actually on with that floor space would be, because it was mostly the stairwell. And then you went back up here, and that was the bedrooms. It wasn't, like... It sounds like it was a ridiculously large house, but it really wasn't. It's just, it was a very odd floor plan. Alright, so I am thinking... we will have the covered patio. That's fine. I'm seeing it to adjust it a little bit, because this is slightly longer. Yeah. Yeah, this one has a 1.5 story because the basement doesn't count as a story, and the upper left has no S, so there's a half floor. Yeah. That's called a split level here. And it was a big thing in the 1980s, even for normal houses. Hit your end boss looking for a house. Yeah, no, it was a split level. Alright, so we've got our front door. So we need a front door for this house. I've never had a house with this kind of door. I would kind of like it. Now the question is, because you can barely make out the same. So yeah, it's like the actual door is the left side, and then it's got like a built-in window. It's definitely a modern, even though it's wood, it's a modern home style. Narrow doors, standard doors, medium doors, wide doors. I'm gonna go with that. As far as the coloring and all that. Like, this one wouldn't be so bad, except it's got that, like, goldish trim to it. Makes it a little gaudy. Alright, so the red... Oh, wait, we can change it here. There we go. Oh, we can do all sorts of cool stuff with the glass. I mean, it's barely noticeable. Details. I want to be in the red spectrum to go with the wood. What happens if we change that? Okay, so that's the door frame. You can do Brazilian cherry for that. And red cedar. A little high contrast. I'm gonna plaster it over in some way. I haven't decided what I'm doing for the walls yet. Alright, so we got that nice little entryway there. And if I remember correctly for doing windows in this game, I think we actually have to knock out the wall where we want the window. Let's decide what windows we're doing before we start knocking out any walls. Have like the big archway windows. I don't think that really fits a lot of the I mean, I was gonna say the aesthetic, but right now we're just raw cinder block, so I don't have a whole lot of aesthetic to go with. But for that doorway we've got, we're probably looking more in the square frame, probably with like wood showing. And those are pretty typical windows. I remember this is one of the things I ran into was I was looking at these, and at least in the previous version, they were super inconsistent about, like, you'd look at one and say 4x7, and then you'd look at the other one 4x7, and they would be different sizes, and you were like, what am I supposed to do with this? Okay, so it's 2 rows of brick from the bottom, and it's about 3 bricks wide. Alright, and I believe I do have to knock out the wall enough to do that. So let's switch you to precision. Okay, and we can go here. See? See if there's a different size. How? It's fine. And those are the ones you want to go with? I think so. And those are just curtains. Maybe we do these ones, the 5x6s. Oh, that's weird. That one's gonna actually remove the brick for me if I do it that way. But I think they're just way too tall for that space. Like, they go there, but I don't think they would look good there. Oh, weird. That one's not requiring me. Maybe I just had to have 1 brick removing for it to allow me. I can get behind that. There, that's better. Alright, so we got some windows going out the front. Are those lined up right? Yeah, it's just lighting. Cool, so we got some windows pointing out here to what is like sort of the front patio and all that. We got our front entryway here. We would need a light of some kind in this area. So you go to the stores. Lights. So what kind of light do we want for outside? So we got ceiling, so wall lamps. I'm not super loving any of these designs. There's definitely ones we could do. Just a candle sitting out front. Figure it out. Ceiling lights. I mean, we got the regular just ceiling box thing. That's fine. You got your typical like dome lights. That's fine. A recessed light is not the worst. That might be what we go with. Might do that. Can we change your aesthetic to not make you so bright? And that doesn't look very recessed. Okay, so the door's that wide. Is that what you'd call recessed? Because that looks like it's just flat out sticking out. Recessed light's gonna be shoved up in the ceiling. That's what recessed means. That's just a light with a cone on it. Get this out of here. Get out of here. Oh, that's just a ceiling lamp. I misread that. I thought it was a recessed light. I was about to be like, recessed light, no problem. That'll work. You just look weird. We got like your dome. Let's see, it's wearing the cone of shame for failing to recess. Yeah, and I just misread it. Like in my brain, it's like, it's a recessed light. I looked at that because that's what a recessed light looks like. That you just shove that up in the ceiling. Now, granted, doing that into a concrete ceiling probably doesn't go well. I'm not super loving any of my options here. Like this is the boring option you see most of the time, is stuff like that. Probably something like this type of thing outside, maybe. LED strip. That's a pretty standard wall light you'd see outside. We might just go with that out of lack of better choices. I don't really care about that part. Okay, so I have a pair of lights there. And so now we need light switch. I like that they don't even have... Oh, no, never mind. I was about to say, I like that they don't even have the old American style lights, which is where it's a rectangle with this type of switch in the middle of it. These are the new styles here that you see, where it's just like one big rocker plate. That's another one you see. I haven't seen this style hardly at all. But these are everywhere here, but we're moving... Most of it's moving to this style now. I want to customize these colors. Change style, base plate. I think, actually, let's wait on the light switch because I have to decide what we're going to paint this place. Alright. So we just got basically the patio lights out there. That's not a whole lot to worry about. In the meantime, the other thing we're going to go ahead and do is another door. This is just the garage door. It doesn't need to be nearly as fancy as the other one. I do want it to work with this one. So this is the one we have. So I do think it should have that kind of squarish design. You probably don't want to have a bunch of windows on your garage door. So probably, because we could do something like, honestly, that one's not... Doing one like this where it's wood there, that's probably a good choice. So we can go over here. We change the style. So remember it was the Brazilian cherry for that. And the red cedar for this. And the details, honestly, I'll leave that just dark.
I think that works. Then we got our garage door back here. You put your washer dryer in this corner, which we'll go ahead and do now, even though I shouldn't be doing this yet. Let's not do that now. Let's worry about the structure of the house first. Actually, you know what? We can do the garage. Okay. So we've got the outside bottom floor. We will want to determine what we're painting the exterior of the house, because mostly likely the entire exterior of the house is going to look the same. So let's go here. We can go to... Desperately trying to remember where stuff goes. So that's interior, exterior. That's fine. We actually have lights that are more aligned with exterior lights. That's fine. There you got a pair of lights for there. Okay, so we've got our lights for the, so you can see in the garage and all that. And that also because they had lights of a similar style here. Use the smaller ones. And we can go here. Your one tile more will be even. Okay, so we got a nice little walkway going in there that's lit and everyone. Alright, Basset, you have a good one. Alright, so back to what I was doing before I got distracted. So outdoor hobbies, I'm not too worried about right now. We can apparently have a bee box back there. That'd be fun. Seeing what we have in the way of archways. Because we could put an archway to the backyard. We'll worry about that later, though. So what I need to do is I need to get back to figuring out where paints are. There we go, surface. Okay, so we've got straight up just regular paint. We've got wallpaper, we've got wood panel, we've got tile. We've got raw material looks for the exterior of buildings. We've got carpet, tile, and we've got other, which looks like it's mostly roofs, and if you wanted to deliberately make it look like drywall. Which is interesting that I didn't see we have these. So I do wonder, for the entrance, like making it cobblestone looking or whatever. So we can do stone, brick, raw, and all that. If we paint over it, I believe it will just paint over. Sandstone and raw stone looks relatively decent. I might end up regretting this. Yeah, so we've got the raw stone pattern here. We can give them colors. Now, I don't really want this to be quite as in-your-face color. So a faded cyan, maybe? I think that looks good.
You've been running my show way
All right. So I think that looks good. I don't think I've seen a house that has like light cyan stone walls or whatever. This definitely looks better than like, you know, wood siding. Wood siding is another one that dates a house pretty strong. The wood paneled siding was real popular a long ways back. Oh, we got another perk for surfacing. Just like dominoes. Okay, so it's basically I can just go for it. And just drag sideways. That's cool, so I can apparently go like this. Now the big question is there an easy way for me to be like, I want more of that thing I just bought? So I've got you. Sell item, duplicate. It's not exactly what I had in mind. Copy style. Change style? Ah. It's gotta be a good way to... I figured it was this thing. But I guess not. Alright, let's get rid of the duplicate. Do you remember what I bought last? You're definitely not on that thing, which is a little upsetting. Surface finishes. Raw materials. Stone. Change style. You are still on faded cyan. So I'm gonna need a couple boxes of this. All right. I will say the placement where you can just click and hold is pretty fantastic. All right. I do wonder when this is all said and done, how bad this is going to be for our bottom line. My hope is we will make up for it by being able to sell this house for a small fortune. Because you'll just look at the neighborhood and be like, ah, one of those houses is just nicer than the other one. Now granted, it'd also be weird because so we're in a neighborhood that's clearly been here for a while. Everything is wood paneled. There are a lot of it's like the 70s and 80s architecture. Now we're going to add windows and all that. Right now I'm just putting the panels in here. I don't know the exact layout I'm going to be doing for the rest of the house. So far as like where everything's going to perfectly line up. So I'm just kind of getting this all set up. We'll get one room done. And then after we get that room done, I'll worry about trying to get the next one. All right, so we don't want to do this on our little planter. But yeah, no, we'll probably add windows around the whole thing. The challenge is going to be the bottom floor windows aren't going to look very good. And the reason they're not going to look very good is just the fact that our house goes pretty close to just like right up against the fence. And because it goes like right up against the fence, it just really doesn't leave a whole lot of room. Oh, let's not forget these. But because it goes like right up against the fence, you put a window there, and it's just a window that stares directly into a wood fence. So we'll see what we want to do with that. Second floor, that won't be a problem, though. That way we can just, like, look over the fence directly into our neighbor's house and deeply upset them constantly. Alright. At first, it's like maybe I bought too many boxes. That's not a problem. It's almost like having property line setbacks from the buildings is a good thing. No, you don't understand, Cookie. I have to maximize the usage of my property. Every foot of my yard that isn't building is wasted space. That's something I have to mow, weed whack, or otherwise. That could be my home. Alright, so leave those out there, because I am going to make it a 2-story building. At least that's my plan. So honestly, do I just want to keep the garage the same color? Or do I want to change the finish on the garage? Do I change the finish on the garage? Let's see what I'd change the finish to if I did that. Let's see why I only do 2 stories and you can have like 6. Mostly because I don't want to actually put the effort into 6 stories. I mean, I was actually debating using the wood paneling, like the wood surfacing and all that. I was like, okay, but in real life, you would definitely not want to do that. For as messy as garages get and all that and the stuff involved, you certainly would absolutely not want to do that. We'll try it. What the heck? I know a lot of houses that have the exact same finish inside the garage they do for the rest of the house. Sorry, like the rest of the exterior. Because again, you're going to be dealing with, like, you know, potentially having gas and oil and all sorts of other junk in there. So you're going to want something that can put up with a little bit of abuse. Versus inside the house, you can be a little bit pickier and just be like, yeah, we're going to use whatever bright color paint and all that. Because, you know, yeah, look at a scuff and you'll have to touch it up here and there. Oh, well. Let's grab you inside. All right. Too many controls, chat. Trying to, like, number-wise go through and figure out which is my finishing tool. Alright, sounds like the playlist is already looping pretty badly, so we might change our playlist pretty soon. I like the playlist. I think it just might not have quite enough tracks in it. Because I think we actually heard this song only like 2-3 songs ago. Alright, let me go ahead and switch our playlist real fast. So view all. I haven't done... Because honestly, a lot of the games we've been playing recently actually have their own pretty good soundtracks to them, so I haven't had to break out my playlist very much. Or my other playlists very much. Because we've been playing like lots and lots of RimWorld. RimWorld's tracks are just a banger in their own right. Alright. So we've got our garage here.
And like a normal garage, what we're gonna immediately do is real life garage. We're just gonna go ahead and take all of our surplus stuff from doing our house improvement projects. We're just gonna find a nice corner. Oh, I can't stack them. Find a nice corner just to stack them all in. So when you get pavers done and you get like all your pavers in your front, you take all those extra pavers and you just shove them in the corner. They get all covered in spider webs and all that. It's perfect. Absolutely perfectly just like real life. We should also go over here and let's figure out what I'm doing for this plant real fast. The raw concrete honestly probably will work pretty good just as is. Maybe we'll make it a darker one though. Yeah, so it's just the regular concrete pattern. Oh, that doesn't have colors to it. That's fine. All right. Because what I'll probably do is I'll probably do something to change the flooring here, so the flooring isn't raw concrete. I'll probably put like some type of stone or masonry or whatever. Okay. Shove that in the garage. Cool. Okay, so next up on our list of things we know we're doing here is we can go to the store. Here we have appliances. Where home appliances, large appliances. So we are looking. So we got the washer machine and dryer. We got our selections here. I kind of wish I could break this down more to just those. Is this house for sale or you? Originally, I said I was going to say it's for sale, but I'm putting a lot of time into it, and it's very quickly becoming for me. All right. I did get to the dryer. Okay, that is the different ones. Keep it, it's looking good so far. Yes, we got our washer and dryer tucked over here. Yes, this is one of the things that's different about this version of the game versus, like, House Flipper 1. In this version of the game, I just clunk that down, and it's happy. House Flipper 1, I would actually have to hook it up. So we would need to go in here and put all the stuff there, and then you get behind it, your character like put the nozzle against the wall and all that, and the whole big thing there. Is there actually a car? I was about to be like, what old-timey car is that? I don't think there is an actual car. I could be wrong. A sink? Yep, you're not wrong. Let's scooch this over here. Get ourselves like a little shop sink kind of thing going on here. Because the sink is not a bad call. So I do think it's going to be put under the bathroom fixtures. But this is usually what you want for like a utility sink, so it's not going to be this like really fancy porcelain thing. It's usually like a stainless steel sink kind of thing. All right. Yeah, so most of these are like that.
gonna be nothing fancy like that. It'd probably be something like this without necessarily having the cabinets beneath it. The cabinets we can live with, though. Let's change that up, because I want this to definitely look more like... Yeah, that faucet's fine. I definitely want to make it look a lot more like something you'd have as like a utility thing. You're not going to make it super fancy because it's in your garage. You're going to be getting crap on it, all that. That's fine. So base. Just straight up oak is not that... Whatever. The handles. Make those dark. The details. Just gonna make that oak as well. The faucet. Material. Make it look copper. There we go. So sink itself, material. I want to make it look metal. So we're not trying to make it look stone or fancy or anything else. We're just trying to make it look... It's all like marble and granite. The gray granite's so far the least whatever. Try the ceramic, see if we can't make it look metal. It looks like it could be like a stainless steel. Oh, I can't move it that far out. Oh, it has to be literally against the wall. Oh, those have like a weird snap. So it looks like the washer can only snap like on the actual grid. Whereas the other one can do like half snaps. I don't know why that is, but it is. I could unsnap it from the grid as well. We should probably have a towel. Can I change the color of the rag? Yeah, that's the exact kind of thing. Why am I not allowed to hang it there? Alright. Just get a paper towel. This is true. I don't know if we have... I mean, not toilet paper. Needs to be a little harder than that. Let's see if we change that to paper. Oh, it just takes the entire category of wallpaper. Yeah, so we got like actual towels. We've got toilet paper. We may not actually have paper towels as we know them. I got a lot of other stuff, and apparently we got our keys. But I'm not seeing what looks like actual ordinary paper towels, unfortunately. What I don't understand is, like, what do I need you to hang on? Because I get that there's another thing I need for it to hang on to. But, like, it doesn't let me hook it to the wall or the cabinets or something. So I'm missing a piece of the puzzle here. I'm assuming I need some kind of hook. But I only had the big full-on towel racks. Could also potentially just change your styling. There, so we got a towel. Bad game, uninstall, no paper towels. So yeah, so we got our towel. It's literally just tossed over there on the washer and dryer. Is there anything else we really need in the garage? Oh good, a fidget spinner. Alright, so right now we'll leave that, because like I said, the idea is you'd pull your car in, you should have plenty of space to get out of your car, walk this way, get around all this. If there's other, like, lawn and garden equipment, I can see putting, like, our gardening stuff on the wall there. All our extra stuff from our home ownership is there. We've got this door that actually goes out, so while it is attached to the home, it doesn't actually lead directly into the home. Which we could actually do. Probably should actually do. So I can go here and go like this. Duplicate the door. There we go. Yeah, and that's my workaround. So the washer and dryer are still in the home. They're just not there. So we do actually have an exterior entrance to our garage and all this. You probably wouldn't want that in real life, having that many doors going in and out of that area, but I also don't care. So now I gotta start figuring out my floor plan in here. Now, our entryway is here. So I definitely want to have this open area there. I could certainly see having, like, your kitchen over here, like, dining room kind of in the, like, just your general, like, dining, entertainment, like, mutual room there. You've got your, like, little book nook over there. Maybe the bedroom goes over here, awkwardly opening direct. Well, actually, we could put a hallway here, and then the bedroom and bathroom go over here. Master bedroom. Yeah, so regardless, I think the first step is we'll make this area over here the kitchen. So what do I want to do for our kitchen? I'm also trying to think of how I want to differentiate it so I can kind of visualize what we're working on. Yeah, so we've got surface finishes. Yeah, they've got all the installations and all that for everything, but they don't do anything for the most part. Like, you can have all the electrical outlets, but they're all just for show. Doorbell.
Take a sip. What's the worst that could happen?
All right. So I'm trying to make this look... I'm trying to make this look like it's got glow in the dark. Is the effect I'm going for here. So that you'd walk up to the doorbell. Alright, you're kind of this area maybe. So you'd walk up to the door. Oh. Let's sell that. I want it to be darker green. So for this part... It blends perfectly with the wall. Yeah, that's... I want it to kind of... honestly blend with the wall a little bit. So it stands out a little bit. But yeah, you see, I'm trying to make it look like it lights up. That's kind of the goal, so I could, like, look at it and it'd be slightly lit up on the wall. Alright. So one thing I need to do here... Go. And for right now, I'll just plan to shove all this in the way. We could fix it all later. Your doorbell plugs thing. You have a shower next to your washer and dryer combo. When you finish yard work. That's actually kind of cool. We'll see what we get with that later. I want to focus on this part. So this is gonna be like a book nook, whatever corner. So let's look at what we've got for windows. Now see, these are windows we want to be fairly large. Now the downside we have is because we've already got that style of window over there, they actually don't seem to have many like big bay kind of windows, which is a little disappointing. I guess what we're doing for our little book nook kind of, you know, outdoor area is I'm just gonna grab one of these windows. Look at those 1.5 tiles off the bottom. Yeah, basically. Okay, yeah, so they look about even on all sides. So you could just, you know, I can't crouch apparently, but you'd just crouch like, you know, you'd sit right here, like on your little window stoop, be able to do that, have like a chair or whatever. They can even be like a little dining spot. I'm thinking I'm gonna go with that being a book nook. As I mentioned before, this is gonna look straight into a fence, so probably not the best. We could put some bushes outside there. Alright. That'll surely need a light and all that. We can worry about that in a minute. Alright, so back to what we were probably looking at over here. So I need the kitchen. Now, I do feel like the kitchen should be distinguished with its own flooring and all that. I just gotta figure out what I want to do with it. So let's look at the tiles. Because I could go for tiles. I could also go, like, honestly, a kitchen having the wood paneling is not bad. That cleans up very well these days. I'm also not really loving a lot of this, because it just... a lot of it just looks like marble. Like, some of these will be really cool for a bathroom, but for a kitchen, I'm not loving the idea of marble floors. Okay. We can go here. That's all the wallpaper. That's just straight up wood. It's raw materials. Okay. Alright. So we got all these different woods. Just go straight up to mahogany. Just mahogany floors. It's fine. It's cost effective, right? American ash is pretty light. I do really like driftwood. Like driftwood and weather driftwood. See how the driftwood looks. And no, I'm not sold. The weather driftwood floor. What I'm trying to remember is where did we see the patterned wood? Like where was that out of the surfaces? Because they had like where it was cut into patterns. So it was wood. It just wasn't sheets of wood. It was like where you have like a couple planks going this way, a couple planks going the other way. But I'm not seeing it here. It's not in the interiors. This would be surface finishes, installations, not building accessories. Ah, here we go. Okay. That's way better. Yeah, because it being like one solid sheet the whole way across is really kind of weird. So that's a classic one there, the V's and all that. Let's try that. Okay, that seems better. We might just go with that for right now. I'm not loving it. I think I know what we could do to make this better. Surface finish, let's switch to the wood panels. Get something a bit more color to it. Red cedar. Red cedar, change the pattern, do the same V pattern. And then if this doesn't work out well, then I'm living with it because we're spending all our money. We're being that person who's buying all the different materials from the place and being like, no. And then, you know, like $3,000-$4,000 are gone with all materials we bought. This is probably not that much. It'd be like $100-$200. And then going and buying the next one, be like, no, still not feeling it. Maybe not. I can live with that. That's fine. Let's go ahead and just do the room this way real fast. This could just be our, I don't have a special flooring for that room flooring. So like when we get to the bathroom, we can put down tile instead. Because I feel like the reason I didn't like the other was I think it was just too light. It's too neutral, too not really doing something. It screamed of beige. We're also doing this in the dark, so you know. That's a life choice, I guess. We have a phantom wall here where I used to have an exterior wall to our building. Okay. And we're wasting some money because over here we're going to end up putting the master bathroom and a bunch of other stuff like that in due time. I don't know where I'm doing it yet, and I'm just going to keep working on stuff. Not really where I was aiming to go with it, but okay. Okay. We got our little nook here. I'll probably want to make the actual threshold for the door have like concrete block or something like that so it stands out more. Okay, get rid of the empty boxes. Grab our surplus materials. You're just up to 2 a.m. this morning, remodeling your house. Once you're busy, you don't look at the clock? Yeah. Alright, so. The big thing's gonna be the painting if we want to change the kitchen and all that. And that's what I keep putting off because I don't know what I want to do with it. When I say painting, I mean just surface finishing of whatever kind. So we could just straight up paint it, that's always an option. I'm not a huge fan of wallpaper. It's fine, it works. Alright, well, let's start figuring out what our appliance choices are, and that might help us make decisions. Okay, so let's... Commercial fridges. Refrigerated displays. Oh man, just goes into a house that has like all these refrigerated displays and all that. Towel dispenser. Soap dispenser. Kitchen hoods. Oven, fridge, dishwasher. Those ones aren't a bad style, I don't think. Got a little robo vacuum cleaner. Yeah, tall oven cabinet. You got your dishwasher. Honestly, so it'd either be probably this one, probably the Brooks. This game seemed a lot like IKEA Planner. Yup. Can't really see the difference between the two. So you have like more of like a digital display, and you have like those little knobs. Yeah, so that's what those ones look like. We had the other set down here. And way down here we had another set. The dishwasher being like literally designed to perfectly match the cabinets is an interesting choice to me. I must be spoiled and I don't have these like super digital looking setups. I'm also noticing these are all ovens that none of them have a surface stove. Which I guess that's what this is supposed to be about, is you put that on top of those. But it's a little weird to me in that working. I don't like these displays on these. These displays bother me greatly. That might mean just not having a modern stove or something like that, but I look at those displays, I'm like, I don't like it. Give me the knobs. I mean, I know those, yeah, we'll go with this. Alright, but which one? I don't want the pressboard side things. I mean, the reality is all these would be pressboard side things. Sure, we'll go with... Where are you at? The Brooks. Those are certainly options. That's what most stove is... Here are... Let's see, no electronic induction stovetops? Yeah, that's the thing. Like, I know, so you have oven and stove. Stove is the top, oven's the inside. And here in the US, it's very rare you find one where you don't have the other. Like, sometimes you'll have a stove and no oven, but like having an oven with no stove is pretty uncommon. It's not never, but it's definitely not a thing you see a lot of. Oh, good, we have different countertop styles. You have a friend who prefers glass top stoves? Yeah, no, I mean, I actually have a glass top stove. I prefer them as well. But, like, the point is I want a stove. I don't want to have no stove. Yeah, that'll be good. The handle, I don't know why. I've been doing a lot of copper in this game, in-game day. The interior...
Oh, I mean, we have that whole teal thing going on outside. Do we want to lean in on that? Go like cyan here. Cyan there. It's a good color. The floor's red cedar, so we probably don't want to do red cedar as well. It'll just be too much of the same. So we could do something like a European walnut for the other wood, because it's relatively dark. But how will that look against the floor? I think that could work. So we've got you. So let's go back to our large appliances. We've already got the oven. And then we've got the fridge. So I'm hoping we can actually do is I'm hoping I can go here, grab my little buy tool, switch you over to that thing, and a plaque there. Awesome, that's really convenient. And then we have the dishwasher. Nice. It's weird having... Oh, okay, that's actually kind of cool. Yeah, I can get behind that. But see, I love the look of the wenge, but you hate that it's so hard to get it without being illegally harvested from protected trees. Fortunately, digital wedge has no need for trees. Oh, I didn't even look at the stuff there. So let's see if we can just go stove. Ah, good. There is glass top stove. Alright, so we're also going to need the cabinets and all that. So let's go ahead and get some cabinets in here. And then once we get the cabinets going, we will, I'm looking for wall cabinets. There we go, cabinets. What style are you? Can I see that? Alright, what were you? Brooks. Okay, so let's go to the cabinets. And let's try and see what they've got for the Brooks. That way we know they match. So I can grab you. And plunk you there. But what about wall cabinets? Here we go. That's a corner. That's a dishwasher. Oh, right, the sink. Sinks do kind of matter. Yeah, a sink with a cleaning spot, or a cleaning station spot. We'll rearrange these in a minute. I'm trying to get some kind of like setup here. We just have a bunch of hanging cabinets of various styles. A lot of different styles of hanging cabinets.
And I don't think I need that many of the same ones. Isn't that one of those things I actually thought about being like, okay, but what style cabinets would I even want up here? It's like, man, I don't know. You're asking questions I never thought of before. So I'll probably want this one over the stove. So grab you out of here. Grab you and put you in. The reason for that is then we can put the thing over top of it, whatever. If not, that's fine too. Alright, so we can grab you and set you back to grab this. Alright, so I think that's enough though. We can get an idea about what we would want to do for the wall. So we can paint the wall to work with this, and that'll be fun. So let's go back to our construction stuff and get our surface finishes. So what I'm kind of thinking, and this is something that I don't know if it's still popular nowadays, used to be popular, is we're going to put a strip of tile around the height of the stove. But the counters not... Yeah, they're not staying there. Don't get caught up in that. They're not in their actual place yet. I'm using them for color to know what we got. Oh, those are way bigger than I thought they were going to be. Rearrange this a little bit. There was a corner cabinet for Brooks. So let's go back over here. So I've got that style and that style. I'll go with this one, even though I personally in real life do not like corner cabinets because all of them are obnoxious to deal with. But sometimes there just isn't a good option. So maybe what we do here is you get out of the way for just a second. This is just a regular old cabinet. You can go there. I believe that's the fridge. Here's the stove. There's the dishwasher. Yeah, it's too green. I wonder, if I grab you... No, I didn't think it would. Let's try that again. Meanwhile, let's grab... Honestly, the same cabinet works. Okay, those corner cabinets don't work up top. There we go. Here's the corner cabinets for up top. Okay, we need a couple more cabinets. I'm just trying to mix up the cabinet style so they don't all look the same. Like, we're going to keep the coloring the same so they're not a hodgepodge. If I put one more over there. We can do this. Isn't it more logical to put the... Yeah, you're not wrong. I kind of want to put one more cabinet, like regular cabinet on the bottom there. What's one we haven't done the style of? We haven't done just the straight up drawers. So let's grab those ones that's drawers. Because counter space is amazing, and I want all I can get of it. Now I want one more of these up here. I don't think we did that one yet. Alright, so let's go try and pick ourselves a different surface. I liked these tiles. What I need to do is they need to be a bit more bluish. And that makes them bigger, I assume. I didn't want bigger, I wanted smaller. Yeah, because you're a little bit more in the blue. Yes, it's already the more blue cyan. Okay. Yeah, no, you're not wrong with that. The good news is I don't think any of that really matters. We could also... But yes, probably having the thing that's trying to be cold not next to the thing trying to be hot. Probably not the play. And that actually lines up better. So we got one more cabinet that would actually line up with this, and that'd be pretty good all around. You're just gonna get hucked in the corner for now. So we'll do one more cabinet down there, and we're just doing... Actually, I'll even do it this way. Because I'm kind of at the point there wasn't really... Perfect. Alright, so we got like our little corner here. Now, what I'm tempted to do is make this into a little island. Which is probably not the right choice. Come on, cooperate with me. There you go. Okay, so I should be able to change this to allow me to change the style. Because then I can make it stick out over the edge there. So you get kind of a bar set up here. There we go. So with that, let's switch you to duplicate. So I'll grab that normal cabinet. Alright, now I can go and grab the thing for the styles. So now I got like a little bar spot over here. You got your little walk into the kitchen kind of area. Probably should really have
Where are you at? There we are. Probably should have the cabinets go a little bit farther than they do. Maybe one of the small ones. Okay. So I feel pretty happy with that. So far as, like, obviously the bare wall and all that needs to be dealt with. We don't have all of this behind here finished off, unfortunately, yet. Oh, is that going to not let me put it back where I just pulled it from because I changed its style? Boo. It's fine. We can go to you. And I can fix it after we're done with the rest. It'll poke into the wall, but who cares? Alright, so we got ourselves like a little bar counter thing. But the first thing I want to do here is we still don't have any of this stuff painted back there. That's the one I've been kind of waffling on what I want to do. So what you'd probably do in real life is you'd probably go paint. You'd choose some incredibly boring, like, off-white paint, and you'd shove it around there and do that. And it's gross, and people should be ashamed of themselves because it's boring. Obviously do what works for you. But the thing is, what do I want to do around it? I don't want to go for marble. I don't want to go for stone. I could see using, like, some type of, tone there. I don't think I'd want to do wood paneling or anything like that. The thing is, this game does have a pretty limited selection of stuff going on. So I do think we're going to go for a paint. I just think we're going to go for... Oh, weird. Oh, so we can have our paint have textures to it. Interesting. Rough plaster, smooth stucco, radial, Venetian plaster. I think Venetian plaster and stucco probably look almost the exact same, I'd guess. Oh, with the cyan, okay. Didn't we unlock a paint bucket that was like every color possible? Gotcha. So we've got our faded, we've got our grayscale, we've got our vibrant. I understand. I didn't mean to... Okay, we didn't actually buy it. Right. Your kitchen walls are gray and neon yellow? Yeah, so I'm looking at is trying to have, like, a fairly mild... It's only a little bit milder than this one. Alright, so I'll need those out of the way. Yep, and again, for those who don't know who the Ince is, I'm gonna have to move those. Another fantastic content creator on the platform. Been playing some Oblivion, so definitely someone worth checking out, doing that, all that good stuff. Alright, so we're just untucking it all from the wall. So you can actually see what the heck I'm doing. Let me through. All right. Okay. So I'm going to tuck that in just long enough. Reset these. And I'll take the one back out of the corner. Seems to make the black splash blend in. Yeah, I'm okay with that though. I think that's fine. Because what I'll do is I'll take that paint probably farther out of this corner. And then when we do that, I think it'll make the rest of the room look decent. You're totally not addicted to Oblivion. It's 5 a.m. here, or 5:20 here. Thinking getting up to look at G4 stuff. You are now? Yeah. Now, I very much have been enjoying Oblivion. My whole thing is, for me on my channel, I've unfortunately not been able to stream it very well. It's just too far outside my normal content. To be fair, this is a little bit of a departure from my normal content. But, by the numbers, this is doing better viewership-wise than Oblivion was. So, it is what it is. Yeah, no, it stands out alright. They do blend in a little bit. I do think, though, once they paint more of the room that color, because I think I'm going to roll with that. We're just going to go with the cyan interior. I think it'll be fine. Alright, I feel like I can get away with not having to move all my cabinets here, which is probably a mistake. And just like that. Alright, so meanwhile, now I can go here to our little buying tool. Grab the eyedropper, do this and that. And now it all lines up. Cool. So in the meantime, I have some walls to paint. Because we'll just pretend this whole room is going to be the same thing for mode, even though likely once I start getting into the bathroom and all that, it's going to be different. We just don't worry about going the whole way over. I'll just paint this till the paint runs out. And then you can worry about how much it has to be changed later. Because unlike real life, where it's a big ol' hassle to do a bunch of this stuff over and over again, in this game, it's like, yeah, whatever. I do feel like this whole wall is going to be this. Whoever lives here really likes turquoise. Painting brick. Yeah, the game doesn't have the idea of you, plastering or whatever. In real life, you would plaster this up to get all the texture out of there. Get to be all level, flat, and smooth and all that. But they just kind of hand wave that away. I've seen a few of the games of this style that, they do actually have you determine what the texture is going to be by by choosing how you're going to plaster or whatever. So, like, you could leave an exposed brick and it will paint the brick that color. So it'll be like where you go to here in the US, you have a lot of like elementary schools and all that were brick construction, but they didn't like plaster them up afterwards. So they're just like painted brick, and it's fine. There's nothing wrong with it. All right. Okay, so we need to go here, sell, get rid of the bucket. Do I need to remove the window for you to let me to do this? I was able to paint that before with stuff. Oh, I see. It's still locked on the other one. All right. And we get all of you. But yeah, no, you're not wrong. This is a very like cyan, turquoise, teal interior decoration. But that's just kind of one of those things right now. It's pretty popular to use bright colors in homes now, whether it's like greens or blues or oranges or whatever, pinks, magenta, that kind of stuff. Which, in a lot of ways, does feel like, in so many ways, just young people looking at, you know, the off-white eggshell beige and just being like, no, no, no. I'm not gonna do that. Like it's been a thing that like even to look at like different, you'll have the things that's like what are the styling trends from, you know, your parents' generation to now, what's changed in like clothing and all that, and almost all of them it's like home decor, they're like, yeah, bright colors, more patterns, more textures, accent walls, that kind of thing. Okay. And then after this spot, we'll try figuring out where we're bringing the next rooms. Okay. Do you like how the color drip, the color drip style where they paint all the walls and ceilings and doors are in the same color? You want to try sometime? There's some very long arms for painting? Yeah. What, you just can't reach across your entire room where you just start in one corner and you reach literally to the part of the room that's like 50 feet away? You know your brush has an extension on it, right? Alright, so we're starting to get that going. Not the greatest match with the floor, I'm gonna be honest. I'm hoping as we add furniture to look a little bit better. If not, we can deal with that when we get there. Alright, so what I'm kind of thinking... What I'm kind of thinking is you take this wall, we bring it across. right here. Because then I'll put the master bedroom, master bathroom, all that kind of stuff over there. Your super tall painting ceilings here is very relaxed for you. Yeah, I can paint the ceiling without standing. I don't like doing it because I don't know about where you're at, but here in Florida, popcorn ceilings is really, really popular. I despise popcorn ceiling. Like, I understand why it's popular. I understand the benefit it has. But from every single time I've had to, like, patch up popcorn ceiling and have all that crap coming down on me the whole time, I just want, like... I would rather have just smooth painted ceiling. I would, even as much as I'm not, like, really into wood panel, I would take a wood panel ceiling if it meant not having popcorn ceiling. What is popcorn ceiling? It's a texture that they put on the ceiling. Here, I could probably show you. But it's a texture you put on ceiling, and it's supposed to hide dirt and a whole bunch of other stuff. Popcorn ceiling. But it is one of those things that was like super duper duper popular in like the 70s, 80s, 50s, that whole time frame. And then once you make a place have popcorn ceiling, getting rid of it's like the bane of existence. Because you have to scrape the entire ceiling smooth. And it's just like a really, like a lot of times you'll just rip out the drywall. So we look at this. Yeah, like literally this is an article. That's popcorn ceiling where it's got that texture to it. It's still just drywall. It's just drywall that they kind of glue a texture onto. That's a tip to removing popcorn ceiling, assuming it's not asbesto. Spray it down with water and scrape it to easily remove the popcorn mud. You have to soak it in water, remove it. Yeah. So it's a whole thing. It looks like an outside finish. It is. But yeah, it was a whole big thing, like, from, like, 1950s to, like, 1990s, that was just a very popular thing. And again, because it made it so you didn't, like, you didn't have to, like, see a lot of the dirt and all that. Yeah, no, it's not. So, presentation-wise, popcorn ceiling isn't horrendous. The problem is, like everything, it ends up needing to be fixed up, maintained, all that kind of stuff. And when you go to maintain it, that crap just comes down on you the whole time. Like, the whole time, you're just getting, like, bits and dust and, like, these little speckles of whatever the crap that's made out of just dumping on your face the entire time you're doing it. And it is, like, deeply frustrating. Like, my house has popcorn ceiling, and it was made in the late 90s. To give you an idea, like, it's still around. It's still relatively popular. To me, it's the same kind of solution as if people remember from, like, the 70s and 80s. There was that really... It was a really popular, like, bronze color that cars came in at the time. That the idea is it would hide dirt. Or the, or for if you want another example, there's carpet that was very popular a little bit earlier, probably like 60s, 70s, and 80s, that people not so lovingly called baby vomit. Because that's what it looks like. Gonna make some bad choices here. But yeah, so there's this whole strategy at the time of just having these colors that would, you know, hide dirt, hide, you know, stains, all that kind of stuff, which, you know, on the surface makes sense. But half of the time when you looked at it, like, right, but that color you've chosen to hide the thing that looks bad is already looks bad in its own right from the start. So, like, you haven't improved your situation at all. I'm trying to be careful because technically I have that part of the roof overhang outside also in this paint area. So I want to avoid going out from here so I don't paint that because I haven't decided yet whether that's going to be the same color. And I'll probably end up painting it anyways. Alright. I kind of wish I could also... Oh, I apparently can use WASD to control this as well. Let's see. I personally like the straight white or off-white ceiling. It reflects the lamplights nicely. Yeah, no, white ceilings I don't have as strong opinions about. Like, that's fine. As long as you have, like, color going on other places in your place, like, it's whatever. It's just, like, when everything is, like, the wall is eggshell, you know, off-white eggshell, you know, whatever color you want to call it. There's a bunch of them that are all, like... You get the chart. So if I hold this way the whole way, will it go in a straight line? Nope, eventually it does click over. You just keep going, don't you? I'm holding one button, by the way. I wasn't switched, like, I switched that corner, but that was just holding to, like, the right. Still probably easier than wiggling the mouse all over. I wonder why it suddenly snaps to the side like that, though. That's the only weird part about the whole thing. Let's see, houses here are generally smaller in the US. The ceilings are not as high, so wooden ceilings, miss it. So wooden ceilings have a tendency to darken the room too much for your liking. Yeah, no, they, wooden ceilings aren't super popular here in the US anymore either, for the exact same reason. It just, the whole thing about, like, you look at it, it just kind of darkens the room a whole lot. That's also one of the reasons why where I keep making fun of, like, all the houses that are beige and all that. That is another reason why beige is just a very popular choice. You know, it just makes a room look bigger. I mean, just holding to the right, even with it doing all those weird stripes and all that, still less of a hassle than clicking and wiggling the mouse everywhere. So I will simply take it. Because I remember correctly, I don't think it uses paint if you're painting over an area you've already painted in the game. In real life, it still uses paint when you do that, but that's the beautiful thing about being video games. It doesn't have to work like real life and be massively inconvenient.
I'm sure there's someone who's figured out it's like, oh, if you hold the forward button, it keeps the camera on track the longest and therefore is the fastest, so... Ping to that. Yeah, we definitely have taken this and made this a whole project. I very much look forward to it trying to figure out what to do with the before and after pictures. You once painted a dark wood ceiling in the summer heat with all your furniture in. It looked way better after, but man, you hated every second. Yeah, I haven't done too many major projects in the home. I say that, that's not true at all. It's not even remotely true. We completely redid one of our bathrooms. Built a back patio thing. And I keep looking at the master bathroom, and it really needs some serious love. Like, it needs some very serious love. Like, when we bought the house, a bunch of the cabinets were already water damaged and everything. And then the flooring is peeling up. It's like laminate or whatever. Before and after, literally a different building. You're not wrong. No lies detected. Okay, so this room is all painted up. We don't have the lights in there. We've got our nice little kitchen here. So let's go ahead and get some of this figured out. So we can go ahead and get these rooms done, just to keep things moving. So let's pop in here. We have seats. We want some seats for the, for that area at the counter. I don't really love any of these seats. These are probably your best ones there for what we're looking at. I mean, because you could do the wood one, but man, I wouldn't want to sit on just straight up wood. That's already most of the way there. What? Okay, we did the, I wonder. I'm gonna do science, so if I grab you just as you are, and we grab this thing, and we switch you to this and go like this to this, does it figure it out? It does. Sold. Sold to being able to be real lazy. With all the cyan, you don't need lights? Nah, it'll be fine. Honestly, when we play The Sims and all that kind of stuff, most of the houses I make and all that, I do have a tendency to choose a color to kind of theme them with. And roll with it. So like I'll have the house that's mostly got orange going on. I'll have the one, cyan is one that definitely comes up because I mean it's cyan. It's such a good color. It's nowhere near my favorite color, but I respect it as a color. Chairs made from counter scraps, recycling. Alright, so we've got that spot figured out. So the next thing to do is we should probably get ourselves like a dining room table of some kind for like the main room. I can get behind that table. That table will work. So here's a question. If I take this table and we take our little tool, I imagine this is not going to go the way I want it to. Alright. I'm going to be real. I was actually expecting it to potentially turn the legs cyan or the whole surface cyan. It having this weird cyan split down the middle is certainly a unique table. I don't feel unique as in I'm making a pun that it's bad. that actually doesn't look terrible. It's different, it's strange, but I feel like that's the kind of table you could 100% have a conversation about. Like, if you're someone who's not sure what to come up with a topic conversation, you get a table like this, you've already got your discussion started. Yeah, it's epoxy wood table. Yeah, no, it's one of those ones that, for those who haven't seen this, they'll take wood that's gonna have, like, rotting out area of it, and so they can clean that out, and then they'll fill in, like, you know, epoxy to, you know, put in that, like, they can put a whole bunch of stuff like epoxy resin, all sorts of different things in there. They're really neat. Honestly, if you look into, like, it's an entire, like, subcategory of woodworking, but where they work with, some, like, when I say compromised, it's still structurally sound, but compromised as in, like, it's taken some, like, wood rot in it. You can get some really cool stuff. Like, it's very, very popular in, especially wood turning. That does not go with that table. Just straight up, I've been to houses that this is the kind of setup they would have. It's cool that they're into it. Park benches are not comfortable seats. No. So the thing I'm looking at is the table is very angular. Wait, really? Oh, it's a sauna bench. That makes sense. I was like, wait, what? Yeah, it's a bench for a sauna. It's actually cool that they have that, considering how much... I've known people who live in very rural areas who do, like, genuinely have a park bench as their dining room table. And don't get me wrong, if they're going to be junking a park bench anyways, there's a certain amount of pragmatism to it. Like, I'm not going to fault them that side of it. Like, the economics, sure, makes sense. But man, it is not a comfy table. I had a person I knew in high school who, like, when she moved out from her parents, it was fun seeing the difference in aesthetics between what she grew up with. Were like, this is your generic IKEA chair right there. Like what she did when she was on her own. There was nothing the same about the style. Alright, so imagining if we do this. Alright, that one to me is a miss. Let's go and fix that. Because I needed to make that seat not look at all like that. So, yeah, so it's doing a suede seat. Oh, we can... Yeah, so you have the material we can choose. Alligator leather. No. I'm sorry, no. Hard no on, like, alligator leather, like, snakeskin seats. No. The answer's no. Like, for this style seat, even, like, straight up leather wouldn't be my favorite. But, like, alligator leather, that is a weird choice. I have no idea what poplin is. It looks like a very fine leather. Burlap. Suede's probably fine. So color. Interestingly, when I choose cyan on this one, it's way more out there. So I want to go, let's go with the fade cyan. Yeah, I think that works. You don't like leather at all? It's not comfy? Yeah, well, that's the thing. Like, leather for seats and all that, like, a leather couch is fine. It's not my preference, but it's like, whatever. You're trying to get a couch that lasts. I get it. But like alligator leather, like that's like alligator or snakeskin leather or something like that. It's like, no, that'd be uncomfortable. It would look weird. It doesn't breathe in any possible way. Let's see if we can get a rug that's decent for underneath the table. I know there's rugs. Do they have a different name for it, maybe? I'm looking for the wrong thing. Floor decoration. They call it carpet. Okay. Can we change your pattern by chance? Yes, the pattern can be changed. Oh, can the table not sit on there? Okay, that's fine. They're wrong? Yeah. You always made a distinction that carpet is flooring for the whole room, rug is a decoration. Exactly. That's the way I've always had as well. So we definitely need more happening here because we got this big garish rectangle. Let's go over here. We also need to get to a nice little area over here. So seats, so we're probably looking more in the sofas slash armchairs over here is what I'm thinking. Because this is the kind of thing we need. Oh, actually. Oh, can I make the chain longer? I feel like the chain needs to be longer. That's a pretty high up climb to that chair. I'll put like a little table that they can put like a drink or something on. Okay, let's go back to here. I just saw that, I'm like, oh, that's perfect for like out on a patio. Oh, there's other ones too. Yeah, I like the one there already more. Okay, now back to actually finding a chair for the corner here. Because that's definitely not a bad chair for that. So other chairs, you've got children and rocking chairs. Rocking chairs certainly would work. What are your wheels? What? What is that? It's like eyeballs and just squiggles for the actual legs. Which is cool, it would work. You wouldn't be able to roll around. But it's certainly a choice. I'm assuming that's the same style as that. Oh! Putting this in the garage. That way we can have a color-coded step stool. Right. I mean, I guess I could put an actual, like, park bench. Yeah, we'll do that. So what I'll do is I'll instead grab this chair. You're gonna come inside. The fact that they make you move slower while moving furniture... Yes, it makes sense. It's weird that they actually cared enough to do that. Like, that's like, yeah, we should do it. Oh, come on, let me squeeze that in there. You wouldn't want these so close to the window. Here, let's... You wouldn't want these so close to these windows. Like, really, you'd probably want something like this. But because of the way the bounding boxes are, I don't think I can do that. Because you want something probably like that. We'll just have to deal with what we got. Or actually, you know what we could do? Where's that hanging one? Are you smaller so far as your size? I think you are. You are. Okay. I can make this work. It'll be weird, but I can make it work. We'll set these aside in case I change my mind. Alright, so what we'll do here is we are going to make the nook a little shallower. What? Why are you being weird all of a sudden? Come on. So my hope is that is now a fairly reasonable height. Oh, are you kidding me? I just had to try and place it to figure that out. It's fine. It's a good way of doing it. I just didn't realize it on the... Alright, so meanwhile... Okay, so we're just cleaning this up. I actually kind of like the idea of making this go down a little ways to make it distinguishedly a separate part of the room. I just didn't need it to go down that far. So we don't have the paint bucket right now. Let's deal with this first. So let's go to the color style. We can go here. It's because they're patterned. Right. Let's make it a little bit closer to that. I'm always not sure how to get back out from that spot. Alright, well, either way, we can go here to the seats, armchairs, go down here, grab you. Okay, so that's that spot. That's fine. Yes, it's the pillow, and the pillow's the one being weird because of the pattern. And I actually like the patterns. It's just a matter of, it seems like when you mouse over it, even if I click, it wants to just remember the last thing I moused over. And that's proving to be kind of a pain. There we go. I live with that. Just snug you up against that window. You can drag that down there. So where's the floor at? Probably there's about good. I just want to move you a skosh in from the windows. Now, video game-wise, I get stuck. Because video game-wise, I can't push them out of the way. Whereas in real life, you just kind of slightly move it out of the way as you go through. Yeah, so I got a nice little reading spot over here. So obviously we need books to go with our reading spot. So where... Looking for some bookshelves I feel like fit the aesthetic. That one's not terrible. This straight up looks like IKEA furniture. So does this. Both those look very, very IKEA furniture-esque. Yeah, that actually fits our aesthetic. So I can go here to the thing that gets our styling. I don't think that did literally anything. It's fine. Base color. Oh, it did. It's just the problem. The problem is there's no surface to be that. That's fine. So let's go here, and now we need to look for book. This is not a good bookshelf. It's just the fact that most of the books are too tall. All right. Oh no, we are 100% putting down dinosaur notebook and a pen. Actually, a pencil. Some IKEA furniture is really good. Oh yeah, no, that's the whole thing. But it definitely has a style to it. That was more my comment. Was not good, bad, or otherwise of the furniture. It's just very distinct. That's like, ah, that came from IKEA. There's a very distinct style to those. All right, so let's go pop in here. Yeah, we can get that in a minute. All right, so my plan here is we'll have like the regular half bathroom kind of thing in here, as well as the master bathroom in here. In addition to that, we'll have like the actual master bedroom. So what I'm thinking we do is we grab our bricklaying tool. So probably try and make it about the same between. So you got 5 tiles there. Come on, cooperate. That'll probably be big enough for the half bath. Fully carpet the bathroom. I've seen my share of carpeted bathrooms. That is not something I've not seen before. Okay. So next we want to go and get ourselves a door. And then this is the master bathroom. So, or not the master, this is the half bath. I should have grabbed the other door before we got in here. So that door can definitely fit the aesthetic. Oh, good. It actually remembers my aesthetic that we've got. Cool. So we've got a half bathroom here. You mean for you getting upset about that cookie? I know I saw it earlier. Was it under floor decorations? I think it was under floor decorations. Decorations. You mean, where are you at? There you are. You mean that little guy right there? That little mat for right there by your toilet? The thing that is just soaks up anything that gets splattered on your bathroom floor. Yeah, no, I was going to say. Yeah, no, they get pretty gross. For those who don't know what this is, you would have a toilet and that little groove you'd snug up to the bottom of the toilet. And the idea is it keeps your tootsies from getting too cold. In reality, it becomes a science experiment of bacteria and other such things being very well taken care of in the moist environment that is your bathroom. And if you ever are less than perfect on your aim on your toilet, it gets even grosser. Or if your toilet overflows or anything going else. Wait, it comes with a matching seat cover? You can get... I'm not as upset about the seat covers. They're also gross, but at least in theory, you aren't peeing directly above the seat cover, so if anything goes less than perfect. It's safer to sit to reduce the chance of mess. Yeah. Just start sitting down when... Yeah. No, it's one of those things. It's a whole thing. Alright, so we are figuring out, one, the flooring in the bathroom, we're gonna do something else.
I'm thinking the bathroom flooring probably should be tile of some kind. Probably not that same tile. We could use that same tile for like a backsplash or whatever. But the floor definitely feels... We can do the pinwheel. We can do the pinwheel. So let's see here. I kind of liked the idea they had of a mostly dark color within like a very vibrant color here. So you do the cyan, and what's the gray? The gray is the like grout. Do a light blue grout. Yeah, that works for me. This will make the half bathroom look even more claustrophobic. But you know, if people didn't want to feel claustrophobic, they shouldn't stop and use my bathroom. Did we just go for it? This is definitely gonna look... Oh, that is a very busy look. This displeases my eyeballs. Like, it's not a bad look, it's just busy. I think it won't be that bad once you put, like, the sink and a cabinet and all that in just to break up the... everything going on right now. Like, it's some cool tile. But maybe in reality what you'd want to do is, use it as like an accent thing, not the main. What's this gonna be? A half bathroom. Alright, do I still have a paint bucket? I don't think we do, because I figure we just paint the ceiling the same as the rest of the house. A surface. Paint. Faded cyan. Not tiling the ceiling, coward. My thought is, it's already very busy with all the black. Getting weird lighting in that corner. All right. So let's get some furniture happening in here. So let's see here. We need bathroom fixtures. Okay. So this is a half bath. Oh my god. That is certainly a style. What are you supposed to be? A shower drain. Oh, it's in a brick. Gotcha. So it's a shower drain in a brick and a floor drain in a brick. That's fine. Now this is a half bath. For those who don't know what a half bath is, generally it's just a toilet, a sink, a mirror. You're not gonna have... That is a fancy jacuzzi tub. That's just, I think that's just a straight up hot tub. Like, I don't even think that's... Well, no, it's got the faucet, so I guess it's definitely one that's got me scratching my head. We can go with this one. And just because now I'm curious about, like, each time with this tool... Alright, okay, it gave it a bit of a taste, I guess.
Yeah, so you got copper handles and all that. The base, though... There. Going for bidet. I didn't see a bidet option. Like, I don't see all the, like, side thing. Now, granted, we don't have bidets here. Yeah, I think there's just literally the one that has, like, it has, like, a light flush button, and then it's like, no, I did some serious business in here flush button. Like, it was taco night. I need all the power you've got. Half and full flush. Yep. Okay. Same deal. Huh. That one doesn't change much when we do it. That's fine. Okay, so let's go in here. We will want bathtub, showers that won't be in there. We've got our sinks. We got our toilets. Oh, there is a bidet option. Maybe my understanding of bidets are wrong, but that just to me looks like a sink. That doesn't look like water's coming up at you in any way. That straight up looks like a sink. Like, when I've seen bidets and stuff, it's like where you have the toilet and it's got like the little control panel along the side. And then that's a urinal. It does look exactly like a sink? Gotcha. Yeah, it's just not a thing we have much here in the US. Alright, so let's go check on the mirrors. Weirdly not doing it, that's fine. Wall decor. Okay, that's fine. Alright, so we want a mirror. That's kind of cool. Like just a random like wood hatching pattern kind of thing. You can get your wonderful fish that could sing on your wall for you. Oh goody. Live, love, laugh. I mean, I guess I don't have a strong opinion on these ones. Now, granted, I should have gone in here and changed this first, so... Huh. That European walnut doesn't seem nearly as dark as everywhere else I've used it. Sure. Changed my mind. This color looked better in the store. Okay. We will need lights. So I got plenty of options. I can use just like these kind of like little wall lights like that. That would be okay. I find amusing that the ceiling light it marks as wall light. I understand you could use them interchangeably. It's just an odd choice. The not recessed light that to me looks like a recessed light. Still, okay, so we also need towel. You know what's up. Granted, that's a bit much for a hand towel, but I don't care. We probably, even though it's not carpet, they have it under carpet. Carpet. Your text here. Don't give me this power. Where do I define the text? Don't give this to me. You shouldn't give me this power. Miss and you die. That said, I don't actually like it. I feel like you could do some cursed things with that, though. I'm just looking for like a little tiny spot to put by the sink or something, but I think that's gonna be a no. Let's see. We can go here and choose toilet because I'm looking for toilet paper. So we got the toilet paper holder. It's honestly fine. There you go. Toilet brush. Change your colors. Now for the trash can, just a wash closet thing, like right here on the door. It's not actually the worst thing you could do, but still. Oh, we got the little flapper. Okay. Toilet detergent, more stuff like that. Oh, wrong button. Soap. Okay. Little soap dispenser. And we need a trash can. So I don't know if it'll be under bin. Yeah, it is under bin. Now down says I have no context of the size of these things. So we'll make you that same cyan we're using everywhere. That's probably fine. Meanwhile, I can't seem to actually throw stuff away. So go ahead and move this out and around. So I can finally grab these trash bags that have been here this whole time. Okay. My understanding is it also is an actual thing for a lot of people, that they go in with the intent of house flipping and then they just end up making a house for themselves and not making any money. Like losing a bunch of money but getting like their own custom house kind of thing. Still such a busy bathroom. I need wall decorations or something to break this up. Is there plungers in here? If not, we definitely would want them. Yep, straight up good old red. Interestingly, they come in a bunch of different colors. Okay, and I also feel like we could toss a shelf or something in the corner. Because I need something to split up the garbage that we got going on here. Storage. Yeah, tall storage. I think that'll work if we just change its colors. Let's go here, grab the orange, make it that cyan we've been using everywhere. Decorations, floor, standing wall. What do we have for wall? Because basically what I need is I need something to put on the wall to distract from what we've got going on with the ridiculous amount of stuff. The orange slice? Just hang it behind the toilet. It just like treated some kind of like, hey man, it smells something fierce in here. Got sauna stuff, bunch of weird hooks. Playroom. Oh, that's actually not bad. Like bad toilet signs. The wolf thing's kind of cool. Alright. You have a good one. Oh, they change, depending on what color it is, they're different cats looking at different angles. That is not a thing I expected. Okay, so let's start here. We can go again with the cyan. Actually, let's change their styles to something that's much more contrast. I think if we do that, that might help. So where everything has been like that black and cyan and all that in here, let's go not quite to white. Oh, it changes all of it. I see. That makes sense. A bathroom and scary cat, a creepy cats, and a Matrix theme? Pretty much. Okay. Just a random hamburger just sitting on the bathroom shelf. Full on pie. Hi. Yaw.
Or wifey is sleepy. Nope, no idea. The great work post-it note over the flush button in the bathroom. Good morning coffee in the bathroom. I mean, honestly, the walking stick and all that, that's honestly just realistic. I mean, we could make our bathroom accessible. Have a grab rail. Yep, for those who don't know what this is about, this is like if you got a wheelchair, or even if you just have mobility problems, you'd just walk up, you'd lower the arm, you could sit down using that to support your weight. I can get behind that. I actually appreciate that the game bothered to put like wheelchair ramps and everything in there. I just went on the assumption it wouldn't have anything like that. Oh. I was... Okay. I was just like, let's put some random, like, fragrant things and all that. Instead of supposedly, like, love potions and invisibility potions and all that. I mean, honestly, I could see getting behind that. That bothers me. But we once made 88 handicap toilets in Minecraft in a mall. Made up the stairs. It was terrible, but you loved it. Oh man, the university I used to go to, it was, they had one place, like most of the campus is pretty good about a lot of that stuff, but it was the library, that they had a sign telling you the way to the elevator. But the problem was, the only place that sign was on the top of the stairs. Which is like, you're so close. You're so close to what we needed. You're right there. And you just tripped over the finish line. You almost had it figured out. You recognized you had need. Okay, so yeah, it's still feel like we need a floor decoration. That's the thing that's getting me, is it's very busy in this room, and I need something to break it up. And I keep coming back to a floor decoration of some kind. There, it's what, like, the bamboo wood, like, mats. Actually, this should be by the sink, not the toilet. You know, the bamboo mat thing, so as you're washing your hands, you know, you hopefully don't slip and slide. Standing decor. Ceiling, oh, it's just lights. Oh, pictures. Company of Champions. I could see this poster being in someone who's a doctor at home and just randomly just having the Muscle Group's anatomy poster in their bathroom or something. Or like
the human spine. I could see someone doing that. That's a really cool soccer one. I'm gonna do it. Does it go with the rest of the aesthetic? Not even in pretending amounts. Like, there is no reality that ooh, that's a cool frog. That jives with the feng shui, as it were. I'm here because you broke it. Well, I wasn't planning on doing this right now, but that just became a whole thing. Would it be under desks? There we go. Yeah, here we go. Construction stuff. Adhesive tape. It bothers me so much that why? Oh, there we go. We can change its orientation. It's like it bothers me up so much, so we can only do it that way. We got a drill. Go ahead and put chisel down there and the carving knife for your wood carving and all that. A spoke shave. Now we're using that heavily. Got a square. Put the file down here with our other carpentry stuff. Put a toolbox down along the side of the workbench. Oh, it's because it's all unfolded. Because apparently we don't know how to fold it up. It's fine. Oh, we got ourselves a whole freaking drill press. Alright. Just a casual home drill press and ourselves a grinder. Tuck that off the side of the workbench. Wood cutter, you mean a jigsaw? Got our tube for our insulation and epoxy and all that. Good old hacksaw too. Staple gun. Rubber mallet probably gets to sit on top of the bench. Just a bunch of scattered stuff. Sawhorses. You of course need two. Couple bags of cement on the floor. Just one random wrench. There. Oh, and an axe. We'll keep that in our bedroom. Yep, I just figured when I saw that sign, I'm like, man, that is 100% a workstation sign. The "I'm here because you broke it" sign. I'm like, yeah, rude. But also, if you're gonna have that sign is 100% going on your workbench or something like that. Meanwhile, I realize this place is incredibly dark in here. So let's get ourselves a ceiling light of some kind. So, well, not the most exciting. Those lights would certainly work. That looks like someone did a horrible science experiment on a giraffe. The giraffe deserved better. If it wasn't for these, can I change like the frosted glass? Or not frosted, the textured glass. It wouldn't be so bad, but the textured glass definitely makes that look pretty dated. I've seen this style so much. If you're going for a rustic thing, that kind of thing's really popular. It's a way to hide all your wiring. Just straight up industrial. I do wish they had more choices for some of these lights. I'm imagining that's one of the things that there's probably... I would guess by now there's probably a modding scene to this game or whatever. I do not like those. I mean, I hate to just go with the boring box thing over top. Can I tuck some of these lights somewhere here? Like tuck a little light under there so I don't have to worry about stuff. And the round one's not as bad. Like these are... If you ever see a light like this, it means your contractor went cheap as can be. The little dome light, they're not bad lights or anything, but they're the ones you go to like Home Depot and you buy like a box of 20 of them. Because they're dirt cheap. I mean, I could see using that. Not for the main lights up place, but like for like the counter light. I mean, I think I'm just gonna have to accept that we're just using like one of these ceiling panel things. I'm just being reluctant to do it because I don't like them. What about you? How do you look? All your lights suck. I don't like any of my lighting options, chat. Yeah, so you change the temperature of the light. Temperature is usually like how white to yellow the light is, that kind of thing. Alright, so that works pretty well there. We'll go over here real fast. And I will grab those 3 lights we looked at earlier. Just really shove that down on the food. Jason needs to come about there. There we go. Yeah, really bring that down directly into your food. They're actually heat lamps. They look like regular lights, but no. They're genuinely heat lamps. That's what we're gonna go with. In our universe, that light is a heat lamp. Oh, you know what? You probably should have like more of a standing light over here, because then I might get a better option. I'm not feeling like I'm getting that much of a better option. I mean, some of these aren't that bad. Like, this would actually be an okay one for what we're doing it for. Let's choose that one, change its style, change your overhead thing. Yeah, it works. Okay. But so your first home had 6 dome lights, you replaced all 6. We still have a lot of dome lights in our home. Like, they work. Like, we've replaced a bunch of the ones in, like, the main rooms, like the living room and all that, and our bedroom. We got rid of the dome lights and, like, put a fan in there, that kind of thing. But stuff like the utility room and some of the bathrooms, it's like, whatever. I don't like those lights. Okay. I might actually not put in a second floor. Originally, I'd planned on putting a second floor on this place, but I'm like, you know what? Honestly, this just feels like it's going to be a big open... Not open, it's going to be just this big open space, because, like, what we'd do here is then this will be, like, the living area where we'll have, you know, television, that kind of nonsense going on. Okay, so this is where the master bathroom and all that's gonna go. So let's get this all sorted. I've already got my plan. Just have to wait and see. Honestly, all things considered, we've come out pretty well off in this house, considering we built an entire house, like demoed a house, built an entire house, and we're furnishing it, and I don't think we spent $50,000 yet. Hey, Suey! Thank you so much for the raid. I do hope you had yourself a good stream and all that good stuff. What were you playing today and all that good stuff? But welcome in, raiders. Need to run to bed? No problem. You do your raid and run. For those that don't know, Suey, an absolutely fantastic content creator, someone I definitely recommend checking out. Absolutely fantastic content. Stray, nice. I hope you enjoyed that. We played Stray a while back, and I definitely had a good time with Stray. All right, so before we go farther, I'm gonna go ahead and wall this off now. Yeah, Stray's excellent, but yeah, again, check out Sweet, fantastic times there. Who builds curtain walls out of bricks? How are you supposed to wire it? There's a lot of stuff this game does that you don't want to overthink it too much. All right, so we want door here. And this door is going to be that style. Because that's our walk-in closet. Actually, let's make the door a little narrower. Never mind. I didn't realize I'd already committed to it. It's fine. The door stays forever. Are you including a cask of armadillo and a skeleton back there as is tradition? What? I have no idea what you're talking about. Melatonin taking? Gotcha. You get that sleep. And for the record, this was our parents' house. For anyone who's played this game and remembers our parents' house, we definitely were like, took one look at it and said, this is not acceptable. My parents should be ashamed of themselves. What have you let this house become? And so then we tore down the whole thing, all the way down to its foundation. And the foundation too. Was it an economical way of flipping a house? No. Yeah, this is your parents' property. The house is destroyed. Right. Cool. We'll absolutely kill our guests while they're trying to eat at the table. Perfect. So we got our garage that's coming along. So this is going to be the master bathroom. This will be the master bedroom. And this will be our walk-in closet. Almost... Honestly, it's bigger than the guest bathroom. Now, the flooring is all going to have to change here. We're definitely not using that black tile we used for the half bath because that tile was very dark. If we are going to do any rooms that are designed to look like they're marble or anything like that... Oh, wait. Green marble? Custom colors? Can we talk? You have me curious. Alright. Master bathroom opens the garage. I've actually seen this before. I've actually seen like the master bathroom kind of situation where you can like basically stay in this little teeny tiny part of the house and not even go to like the living area of the house and all that. There's some pretty wild layouts you see in house these days. Oh, and also, to be accurate, like an actual garage, we have all of our surplus stuff just dumped on the floor down there. Okay. So, the question now is the walls. We don't want to go with the dark stone on the walls again. Because that's what we did in the other bathroom, and it got pretty dark. Because that's what we did on the walls in there. I don't want to go thing. You've always confused when bathrooms have multiple points of entry / regress. Yeah, no, it's not super common. Definitely they're more the minority. I usually only see it with like master bathrooms. Definitely not wood. Master bathroom gets some like really wild wallpaper or something like that going on. Not feeling any of those. Let's see. Is there some patched leather walls? It'll be Rimworld. That's what that'll be. It's a shame they don't have like the really fine brick that's like really well done. So like this style brick, but instead of being kind of all whatever, that they take the time to like really smooth it all out for decorative purposes. So ornate I'm not feeling. I wonder if we could take one of the other like lighter marbles and all that. Go for the faded. That's what we'll probably do. We'll go for faded cyan. We'll see how that goes. I think that could work. And so you had a really weird one where the bathroom was at the end of the hallway that had to be passed through to get to the bonus room. The only other way to get around it was if someone was using the bathroom, was to go outside. Oh yeah. I had
Oh man, I think it was an apartment. It wasn't one I was staying at, it was a friend's. That if I remember correctly, to get to the backyard you had to go to the bathroom. And it was just like this weird decision that like you'd have to cut through the like it went to like the living room to this like guest bathroom or whatever. And then you also had like the master bedroom and all that also had a route to the backyard. But it was just kind of a head scratcher, like, okay, if you're having like a barbecue or something, you do have to like cut through the bathroom to get there. All right. You do see it working. Yeah, it worked okay. It was mostly just for that one scenario of you're having friends over for like a pool party, or not pool party, they didn't have pool. Like, you know, a barbecue or whatever. That you have that awkward thing where like someone's eating some barbecue, it's pretty rich, their stomach does not agree with it. And now everyone's trying to figure out how to navigate the situation about, you know, cutting around all that, or, you know, navigating around there. Are you kidding me? Is it like one tile wider than it should be? I wouldn't want to actually own one of these because it'd be a whole maintenance thing. But I mean, why be responsible when we can have this? Let's also see what other ones they had, because they have, like... this one. That sticks out farther. Alright, so you can go... we want to make it match our aesthetic we have for the whole place. So take it off of Faded. Go for the pure cyan. The details will be copper. Boss will be copper. You will also be the cyan. And meanwhile for the base, what do I want to do for the base? It's just the faucet style. I feel like that's hardly relevant on something this size. I'm not loving the base there. Oh, we can... oh, I hate that. Okay. Some of those can work, but mostly that just looks busy as all get out. Tan? Yeah, no, the tan could actually work. You're not wrong. Yeah, that'll work. Oh, I'm betting the reason I can't shove it up against the wall is because the door frame's there. And I imagine if I move the door frame... oh no, it doesn't reset at all. So we can scooch the door frame over one more. Put that there. Go grab... this. And meanwhile, so you're how many tiles away from the wall there? 3. I feel I'm gonna run out of the... okay. There we go, so it's a straight through and through. We've got that. All right, so things we still need to have in our bathroom is we do need a toilet. So let's make, well, actually, so we've got the bathtub. Let's chuck a shower in here as well. How's it in check? How any of that'll work. Let's grab the big fancy walk-in shower. Absolutely going to have problems where... Oh, no, it's a sliding glass. I was about to say, like, if this actually opened, flipped out, that'd be a whole thing. It's how rich do I have to be to have a hot tub room off of your garage? I was gonna say, actually, you probably wouldn't need to be that wealthy. That actually isn't the biggest spend. I think the bigger thing would be more just... I mean, as people were mentioning, the maintenance would certainly be one. But it's actually getting a bathroom big enough to install it would be the real big thing. Alright, so we've got that. So we're gonna have a his and her style sink. Something we're going with. Let's go in here. Alright, faucet style. We've been using the fairly angular stuff with a lot of our things. The base, we will have it be the same cyan we've been using everywhere. Material, we have choice of ceramic, wood. Oh, that's marble. I was supposed to say, like, wood sink? That sounds terrible. Red marble, green marble. Black granite? Yeah, black granite will work. Faucet, copper color. It really is hard to tell which side of the place this should be on. I'm actually sitting here going, you know what? I don't know where the logical place to put the sink is in here, because you can put it on this wall, and that's, like, all of it's fine. But there isn't a definite, it's like, you put it over here because, you know, that is the way that you're going to exit the bathroom, so drop by the sink. On the ceiling, of course? Sadly, no. Yeah, so let's put it smack dab in the middle. Probably the only truly wrong answer, but we're gonna go with it. As far as our toilet options, that is such a weird toilet. We can go here. That's not the right color. Make that bronze. We'll make that the black granite. Doing the garage, obviously. Oh yeah, no, we've I haven't done any of it today playing this. I do know the few times we played House Flipper in the past, there definitely have been times that we've done truly cursed design. Okay, that's not wide enough. There we go. Got our giant mirror there. Okay, so we need to go in here still and get to the decorations. Standing decorations. We can worry about that in a minute. Yes, I've got the basics here. Let's get a light in here though real fast. Lights. Just the industrial overhead light. I feel like this is one of the rooms we can actually get away with something a little more whatever. Straight up LED strips. I honestly might go with that one.
Okay, so you're not quite centered. That's pretty good. All right. So that leaves me with the walk-in closet and the bedroom. And then basically putting something down here for like the entertainment section. Like it's still a very open and lacking in furniture place. And there's the half bath. So you know, you walk into the creepy staring cats. Don't worry about it. Alright, so I feel like for me, the walk-in closet's easy. Actually, you know what? Honestly, I'm okay with just painting this whole room the same style we've got out there. Okay. What's funny is when you're doing like the actual house flipper missions, they usually don't take very long, half hour to an hour maybe. But we just happened to look that we're like, oh yeah, I own this property. Oh, it's my parents' property that they gave me. You know, it's like our childhood home. And we went and was like, this is unsalvageable. This house, burn it to the ground. There is nothing to redeem in this home. And so we did. So we literally built an entire house from scratch. Like we tore it all the way down to the foundation. And the foundation too. Like there is the only thing from the original home that remains is the lot. You know, I changed my mind. Oh, wait. Only partially changed my mind. Did I already get your ceiling? I will paint the ceiling this. But I changed my mind about doing the entire room this way. What I need to figure out after this is how on earth I make a roof. Of course, then I'm gonna have to look at, we took the other property. That was like the whatever over the garage, or the apartment over the garage or whatever it was called. Oh, I gained a new painting perk. Let's see. Freestyle. Any surface without first setting the painting. Can of colors. We'll do the can of colors. 'Cause I'm a little worried about the freestyle thing. Because in a lot of ways, I feel like doing this bounding box thing does help me. Especially with when you get far away and you're trying to use a mouse and keyboard, what it considers which direction gets kind of weird. Okay, we got all that. Alright, so let's go here. Cool. And then this leaves us with a couple things. First, before I forget, boom, lighting. Forget the really boring dome light that I made mention that, you know, is the cheap thing that you find when people just want to do them cheap. That's going to go in the walk-in closet. Next, let's go for our surface finishes. So, I'm down to do some, like, the solid wood nonsense. So we've got the high gloss, we've got mahogany, we've got cherry. I think the floor is cedar, if I remember correctly.
So we don't want to do cedar on the floor as well, because if we do, it is going to be a whole big thing. That could actually be interesting. I'm not sure I'd want that in real life, because you could have just like the solid wood wall, or like the weird texture thing. I think we'll do the solid. I'm gonna guess 2 of those needed. I could also see adding, making a wall into an accent wall kind of thing to work with this. This is a very wood room. I don't imagine in residential you would get many places that aren't like really expensive places where you get like quality enough wood that you could have the paneling where it would look like seamless like that. Alright, a little weird having it go into that closet that's just screaming bright blue, but that's or bright teal or whatever, cyan. But I can live with it. Because we'll add furnishing that'll really help that a little bit. Okay. So. Let's go right back out there. Saw nothing. I definitely didn't miss like a big chunk of one of my walls. Alright, so next up, we need to start working on our furnishing. Because by now, the construction is basically done. So we're going to need a bed. Cedar closets prevent moss? Interesting, I'd believe it. I know there's certain different materials that will keep a lot of different bugs away. That's kind of a weird back. It doesn't go with the rest of the design of the home. This one probably goes the best of the home if you ignore the comforter. So let's go and try and get that sorted out. So we'll do the walnut we've been doing. The pillows. We can make them that bright cyan we've been doing. The duvet needs to not be at all what it is. I'll do that tan we did before. Yeah, I think that works. Make it stand out a little bit. Okay, so now we will want some side tables. So I'm assuming that'll be... Actually, it's probably under tables. Dining, small tables, desks, console tables. Console tables? Small tables. I'm assuming this is not what we're looking for. Alright. Let's check cabinets, maybe? I'm assuming those will be like kitchen cabinets only kind of thing. Unless we get really creative use. Storage. Medium, shelves, small storage. Yeah, so this is... Yeah, nightstand. There we go. That's the word I'm looking for. So this aligns with a lot of the designs we've been using before. We've been using a lot of, like, hard edges and everything. Let's go in here, change style. The base will be that European walnut we've been using. The doors will be the copper. The details will be copper. They give you so many handle choices. And I honestly don't really care that much. Yeah, we'll do those ones. Alright. Okay, so we've got those. And from here, if If we go to the decorations real fast, we got the alarm clock. We get some lights, table lamps. There's some adorable ones down there. So we got the table lamps. We will want an overhead light of some kind, which I have not been loving hardly any of the lights you've had the choice of. Gonna be honest, was not expecting them to be that purple. I can go with it though. Not the giraffe miscreation. No, it's a weird light. I don't know where I'd want to use that. Alright, so let's get some decorations again. So we have floor decorations. We can go ahead and drop a drop some type of rug or something down here. Not sure what. So let's go and choose one of the styles. Oh, you're like one of the only ones I couldn't expand. You said, oh god, there's a rug matching the tiger stripe bathroom? Yup. Yes, there is. Those are all doormats there. I'm assuming it's the carpet ones that get to change a lot of their aesthetics. Whereas the doormat, I do not. We can do the tan again. So go for the faded. And instead, so I don't know what the details A is versus B, because that's got supposedly a pattern, but I don't see it. Oh, I hate that. So let's go here. Go to the patterns. At least have something going on for this. I know it's clouds, but honestly that could be pretty cool if we change the coloring. Selling or keeping the house? Originally we were going to sell it, but I put so much time and effort into it. I'm like, well, now I don't wanna. Oh, you need to be shifted. You won't let me shift you. Alright, so we need some wall decorations. Because this place, it desperately needs wall decorations. There's not really a second part to it. It just needs wall decorations. Let's see here. So got mirrors. Oh yeah, we had this weird wood thing that I'm like, that actually looks pretty cool. Sure. So like the rest of the house is not overly wood, and then this room is just the wood room. Oh. A mirror and coat hook kind of thing? Sure, why not? I guess this probably belongs in here more, doesn't it? Okay. What about you? That's fine. Okay, so what else do we got? We go for some kind of clock. Actually, that could go there for out of nowhere. Like, it's a useful thing, but with the multiple ways in and out of the building, it really doesn't have a distinct, this is the right wall for it. It really is kind of a head scratcher. Pizza. We already have the creepy cats. The live, love, laugh. Every time I see him, just like, oh man. Bike rental. Let's see, you follow a couple that likes to go on vacations in those tacky themed hotels and write about it. And now they bought a heart-shaped red tub for their home. Nice. I can definitely see like an appeal to that kind of thing. The big thing I'm running into is there's not as many decorations as I would want in this game. I could certainly use more. Wait, is that Gundam Wing? Ah, it's copyright safe Gundam Wing. That's what it is. I wonder what that one's supposed to be. I could think of like 4 or 5 different animes that could be. They've done a good job of making it kind of really remind you of things. I'm threatening you with a good time. It's terrible. I'm threatening you with a good time. Heart flipper. There's a lot of fun posters in here. Oh, we need to put up the frog poster. Sure. Does it really properly work in this space? Nope, but we're going with the whole strategy of our character likes the frog poster and they're making that decision. The tub looks great and comfy. Oh yeah. I wouldn't want to do the maintenance of it. Yeah, we could put the frogs on that side of the mirror and the beaver on the other. Poster in the bathroom? Yep. Darcy's Heaven, it's just a bunch of dogs. Born to be Wild. Company of Champions. The floor is lava. The floor is lava. The floor is lava. Didn't they have an April Fool's thing for this, that the floor hurt you? Or was that a different game? We'll just have space themes because, you know, freaking space. Actually, not that wall. Put them over here. I think there's one more space poster.
just the little poster that is threatening you with a good time by the bed is not okay. That is someone who is perhaps too confident with themselves and maybe needs to be knocked down about 8 pegs. You know, kudos for them for that level of confidence. But also, someone needs to knock him down about 8 or 9 pegs. 'Cause a whole lot of reasons. Alright, so let's see if this will work in this case. Because they have a whole thing that you can go up to someone and be like, make it look like this. I mean, it tried. So the base... That's fine, I actually don't care about that one. Okay, so we got that one. Oh, we can also have it... I don't need glass displays. That's just kind of weird having your wardrobe have glass display. Oh, I think this is meant for, like, commercial things. With, like, the little cabinets and all that. I'm gonna still use it. It's fine, it works. Yeah, is there other... All the other ones are closed. These are like practically on display, which I'm okay with. It's just kind of an interesting setup. So I can grab this, switch you over to this, grab you, and go plunk, plunk, plunk. So I've got that whole side figured out. So you put by your bed purely because of play? Yeah, no, I don't think it's one of those ones that I could be wrong. I don't think it's one of those ones that if someone sees it, they'll be like, oh man, look at this guy. It would definitely be one of those ones you kind of see and be like, huh. Alright. Alright, we got our shoe storage, which we'll of course need 2 of. Yeah, that's not a bad walk-in closet. Okay, we've got that. Alright, now the very last section to deal with, which is going to be one where we need our desk. So tables, desks. So for me, in reality, I like both a sit-stand desk and I like an L desk. The more desk, this is a sit-stand desk, but the more desk space I have, the happier I am. I think this is probably gonna be the one that's the closest to what we're looking for. That's the handles, I don't care about that. We can make it right or left-sided. I don't think I care about that either. Yeah, I actually do in this case, I think. Yeah, that'll work. So the base here. Material, wood, European walnut thing. Base there. Material. Here. European walnut. The top. We're going to use that same cyan we've been using everywhere. The front. I'm going to guess we'll be using the cyan. I can't see it. The handles. Material, metal, copper. I think that's fine. Because with this, then I can plunk it up against this wall. And you could like have outside look in the distance kind of thing.
Still definitely not the ideal way of setting any of that up, but that's okay. So next up, we're going to need a chair for it. So seats, office chairs. You've got your classic gamer chair. These are the chairs that are actually genuinely this style of chair. If you're looking for a comfy chair that lasts a long time, it's that. These chairs, the gaming chairs, like the one I'm sitting in now, real crapshoot. I've had real mixed give and take with the gaming chairs. Like, it's different if I get a sponsorship or that kind of stuff, or someone I can, you know, like a very reputable brand kind of thing. I could definitely see doing more with it. But generally speaking, I've not been overly impressed with the gaming style chairs. Oh good, we can have a cash register in our home. Alright, so we definitely don't want a phone because gross. Nope, we got a thermostat. Definitely want one of those. Speakers, anti-theft alarm. Probably not in the garage itself. Fire alarm. A weird fire alarm. Fire alarm over in the kitchen. Shouldn't be the Range Rover stove? Not necessarily. Per code, we have to have a fire alarm here in a place that people are going to be sleeping. And then we should also have a fire alarm any place that's going to have things of high voltage. Technically, I'm willing to bet we probably need one more fire alarm to adhere to code, because we got one here. I think the bathroom is fine with that one. We got one in the kitchen. But I don't know what the rules would be with a room this big. Because normally this would be, you know, 4 or 5 separate rooms, and you end up needing fire alarms between a bunch of them. But in this case, they're not. Oh, we can get our electric toothbrush. Put that in the bathroom. Got fire alarm, air purifier, smartwatch, earbuds, speakers, a handheld gaming thing, a printer. Okay. Since our person's entire gimmick seems to be cyan, get our computer, our gamer rig. We go here to PC monitors. All right. Alarm clock, TV remote, camera, alarm clock, TV retro, electric shaver. You know, you mentioned the CO2 sensor. I know it's a CO2 sensor. That's what a fire alarm looks to me. This, to me, if I saw that, I'd be like, what is that? I've also seen this style too, but I've not seen a fire alarm look like that ever. So we're pretending it's just a normal fire alarm and not worrying about it.
So we're mixing doing the realism of actually having us treat fire alarms in that way, the way we're probably supposed to be, but also ignoring the realism of using the proper thing. Oh, we're gonna have a smartphone. Clearly we sleep on that side if we got our alarm over there. A projector, camera, don't care about any of that. TV remote. Okay, so with that, just because we can, we're gonna grab the really big TV, mostly to fill up space. I'm going to need to grab the cabinet or storage low. That gives me something I can put the TV on. Then go here, sofas. Let's see here. Oh, right, I was gonna put a park bench thing outside, wasn't I? For like looking out in the garden and all that. Yeah, those ones are usually pretty nice. So again, gotta match the styling we've been using. So I got this one that looks straight on it. Grab this one. We'll tuck that over here. Got our bookshelf. We got all that. Let's grab a couple more wall decorations. Of the poster variety. Okay. I don't know what this is supposed to be. It looks vaguely like Gundam Wing-esque. I'm pretty sure it's trying to be like copyright safe Gundam Wing. So we're gonna go full in send on the anime. And there was other vaguely anime-esque stuff over here, so I'll drop this one over here as well. Or maybe we put that... Maybe we put that over by the desk. We can move this one over here by the desk, because I think that'll work out better. And then the other poster can go over here. This is definitely the type of decor you get into an argument with someone over. Where it's like you've got all of like your serious looking house and all that, and then you've got like a bunch of anime stuff there. And there's just, it's not that one's good and the other's not. There's just definitely a conflict going on there between what people expect. Gonna put the Muse poster over here. Honestly, I feel like posters aren't as common as they used to be. Like just doing posters as well. Oh. Venus Rising definitely feels like it can go in with our space stuff. Part of me wishes you could like frame those to make them look better. That's a postcard. Sure. We'll put the heart flipper up as well. Okay. Darcy's Heaven also feels like an anime. Alright. Now it's looking like a mix from you're trying to be this like trendy modern design home, but also nerding out in your anime. Also, creepy cats. Okay, so I still got 2 problems going on. And those 2 problems are, one, I don't have a roof on this building. So we gotta figure that out. So let's go ahead here. Do this stuff. Then we can grab a ladder. What can I even do for a roof? That's one I actually don't know the answer to this. Resizable, decorative, awning, beam, awnings, doors, surface areas, installation, accessories. I'm assuming it'd be under architectural elements. That's the one I'm not sure of, is how they actually make the roofs. All right. What I could do to help with this is go like this. So you can make it just like a stone-topped building. Probably a terrible design. But I don't really know how to navigate the roofs, and I'm not honestly that motivated to figure it out. Okay, and I need to grab a set of these, because there's a couple brick tiles up there. Probably never shows us in the virtual city. Yeah, no, you're not wrong. Can I fold you up? No. You're just forever stood up. I'll just sell it when we're done. Okay. So yeah, so this room looks fine. I feel like this looks fine here. Bedroom looks pretty good to me. That looks fine. Definitely feels like there's something I could do to the ends here to hide that or do something, but I don't think I care enough to put the effort in. Oh, we're definitely putting a bee-box in the backyard. We are doing our part to keep children out of our yard. Actually, we're gonna be even worse. The bee-box goes in the front yard, right here. This is the reason the children stay away from our home. There's a bees right front and center, right in the front yard. Plants. I'm not going to put a huge amount of effort into plants. Come on, edible plants. I mean, I guess a sunflower is actually an edible plant. That's not really what I was looking for. I mean, we got basil. Basil can be eaten. I'm pretty sure you can eat orchids. At least part of them. I could be wrong about that one. I don't know what that is.
butter bar plants. That sounds like something you should be able to eat. You can, I think you can eat parts of roses as well, but... Come on, man. You don't have any, like, tomatoes, green peppers? What kind of garden is this? Not gonna go to that detail. They're very tall. They're really big sunflowers. That just looks like we're growing wheat in our front yard, which I'm kind of here for. Can actually eat those, I believe, as well. There's a lot of plants that's like there's part of it you can eat. I'm just plunking down a bunch of plants in here. Because I'd kind of hoped we could do something like, put like a little herb garden kind of thing in there. And they had basil, but it's just, that's all they had. It's fine. Yeah, it's really not that many flower varieties and plants varieties in here. Okay. Like, I don't know what that is, but it definitely looks like an herb. There, fine. Rose hips are used in tea? Yeah, no, that's the thing. I didn't see rose hip. Keeps the door-to-doors away? Yeah. I mean, other than the roof situation, because I have no idea how to make a roof. This doesn't seem terrible. Obviously, there's, like, nothing growing around the entire side outside, so, like, it's pretty barren looking. You also can see where my one shelf was, like, here into the back. Let's get a couple of shrubs back here. Blueberry bushes. Oh, that's... And raspberries? Okay, now we're talking. So let's go ahead and get some smaller stuff. And blackberries. Get some stuff up here by the front window. Short shrub, pine tree. I think you've misunderstood what a short shrub is. A holly bush. We can put a couple of holly along here.
And meanwhile, we cross out back here because apparently we got blueberry bushes. We got raspberry bushes. We got blackberry bushes. Let's see what else we got. Could have sworn there was another one in here we saw. Might need to go smaller for it. Basically trying to see all the, like, snack plants, all that we got. Meanwhile, we've got lilac, rose trees. That's resizable shrubs. Okay, and for actual trees, what do we got down here? Do we have trees? I mean, cherry trees are always lovely. That's the cherry blossom tree. We also have cherry plum tree. Okay. Holly is very poisonous. That's perfect. We've got it up front with the bees to let people know about what we think about visitors. Magnolia are also gorgeous trees. Can I get one that's really tall, though? Get a maple tree for the backyard. Guess we don't get a dog that wants to chew on the plants. Yeah. So definitely doing the thing where we have the tree over the back property that's more over my neighbor's houses than anything else. Just so we can get our maple syrup. Anything else? We got vines that we care about. Not really. And those are just kind of fancy plants. So we can make our, like, own beehives part by part. Alright. We got like little fruit garden thing going on in the backyard with all like the blackberries and all the various different berries going on. It is a shame it doesn't let you walk out to the sidewalk because I'm like stuck where I can't walk out farther to check out my work. Yeah, it's fine. Okay, so got the wheelbarrow. Chuck the watering can down wherever we can shove it down here. The worst thing is they've got seed packs for peppers, but they don't have peppers. You always have to have a garden hose just in the front. Okay. Any outdoor constructions that you want? That's fine. With this thing, the garden swing. Oh, you're pretty big. What about you? Yeah, you're pretty big as well. Yeah, so none of those are going to be able to fit. A brick barbecue, a playhouse. Just kind of looking at what we got out here. Bike stand. Our own little mini climbing wall. Garden pool. Trampoline. Hammock. There's not enough room. That's fine. So yeah, so like, I actually really like what we got for our build here. The only complaint is the roof situation. I don't know how they make their roofs. I've been looking under the stuff here, and I'm just not finding it. Which has been kind of a bummer. But, you know, that doesn't really help me being able to look in there, because I haven't seen anything here, because I figured it'd be under the construction stuff. Maybe it's under resizable? Roof! Okay, we found it. We found the roof. Never mind. All I had to do was give up, and that'd be the exact one. Let's see. Do not clip other roofs. Do not be clipped by other roofs. Oh, interesting. Hip, garble, path, sloped, hip corner. So we'll just do hip. We'll go for a fairly low pitch. What is it gonna look like? Oh, I'm in the sky. I am suddenly realizing one problem with the house design and doing the hip roof the way I want. Okay. So we need to make a slight adjustment here. So we'll use just the hip roof for this part. That's fine. So hip corner. Okay, that's what we're looking for next. Okay. So with that, now all I gotta do is do the trim. You didn't merge through my ceiling, did you? Why is there no edit undo? Why can't I undo? Why is that not a feature? Because it's added that the whole way around my house. I actually don't mind
I don't mind it having like the eaves there. I just don't want to paint it. And then what do I do with that spot? Because honestly, like the eaves part actually kind of looks good. I mostly just don't want to go through the effort if I'm being real. All right, let's get started. Okay, so you are the exterior wall. Wait. Do you not go up there? Do what now? So, are you just... Am I supposed to, like, build wall up around it? Stop being angry. So I can't grab the whole thing and move it. I can sell the whole thing, but it's weirdly that I can't mess at the bottom of it. Nor can I apply this stuff to it. So my assumption of what I would need to do... I also noticed I can sell the whole thing as one big go. But how much did it cost me to build that? Alright, so let's try this again. Okay, so it costs like nothing. That's good to know. So what I'm assuming we need to do to make this not look cursed is raise it up one higher than I had. And also, what we'll do is I'm going to go one inside from the edge as opposed to outside from the edge. That's not going to work the way I want. Okay, we will go up one from where I expect. That part's fine. I think that's the correct play. Do you really stick over the edge there? Why do you stick over the edge there? Why don't you line up like everything else the game does? Okay, it's one in from both sides. So that's... So if I do that, it will stick out of the side of the building. Maybe I just need to change the type of roof. So forget the hip roof. So we got gable, we got half hip, we got sloped. I mean, all of those are giving me the same kind of garbage that I don't want. And that's resizable, so it's just roof. Is there any other roof-like things? We can make them rounded, we can do it. I would anticipate being able to paint these or something. Maybe I just couldn't put the tiles on it, I have to paint it? Let's see about that. Let's see. You don't want it sticking out? So what I'm trying to do is the part that's sticking out like this. I'm trying to get it so that I could actually do it, because I couldn't put the same finishing I have on my walls on it. It didn't treat it like it was an actual surface. That was the reason I was getting so confused with it. So we'll try this. Okay, so we need to do another one of these. You need to be a half.
Need to get to an angle I can actually see what I'm doing. Because I do think I need to have it one higher than I had last time. There we go. Okay. So, what we could try instead here is I do have a bucket in here. Ah, I see how this works now. Okay. So instead of making you go through the whole thing, since I guess they realize the roofs are kind of tough. There, that's way less awful to deal with. So how does it look from above? It's pointier than I want it. I'll try to see if I can just change it with this tool. If I can, great. If not, that's fine. There. Oh, that's maybe a little not pointy enough. Okay, hang on. Maybe 2. Maybe 2 is good. The only downside is it's freaking out here. Maybe 3. That's not bad. I think that's fine. Alright, so we got hanging out just a little bit over here. I mean, this would potentially compromise your foundation, because without, like, gutters or anything, it just drop right down. Rain goes on your foundation. Foundation gets compromised. Alright, we are almost... Do I not have a light in here? Okay. I'm also running quickly out of money. In case anyone's been not watching my cash, we started this at like $150-something thousand. And it has been a slow burn down as I keep making stuff. Any clipping inside the garage? No, so I put it a whole tile higher this time. That's fine. Okay, so now I got the last thing that I've been ignoring this whole time, which is light switches. And I'm gonna go and try and set up the light switch to be a similar idea to what we had out there. Can I? Yeah, so I want to change your stuff to be like really bright. And then this. This one will be the faded. Just got a light switch here. And here. And here. And there. And there. And there. I didn't really give myself a good place to put a light switch on this wall, did I? We'll scooch it over in a minute. And there. And there. This... That one will just pretend it's like they go down there and they push that.
That's probably fine. Alright, so now we get to the interesting thing, which, man... oh, wait, first. I should take the thermostat. Put the thermostat over here by the kitchen. It's not a good place for it to be. Oh, actually, and for that matter, we're gonna want 3 light switches there, and I got a reason for it. That's actually really not a good place for it to be. I know where I want you, thermostat. It should be somewhere relatively central. That's fine. Alright, so, light switch tool. Okay. So what we're going to go ahead and do, first light switch, is wired up to our outdoor lights. So now we got the first light switch that deals with our outdoor lights. Second light switch. Anything else outdoor we want to deal with? Nah. Will be for the main room lights. Oh. I was actually going to make the garage door have its own separate light switch here, but then I second guessed that. So I don't actually need this last
Thank you,
light switch.
KFC, for subscribing for 9 months. Thanks to Randall for 1812 for my gifty.
And thank you, Kravik, for the tier 1 sub. That's 9 months you've been subbed to channel. I really do appreciate that.
Thank you, KFC, for subscribing for 9 months. Thanks to Randall for 1812 for my gifty.
I think that's just a bug with the, with certain subs are getting double read by Firebot. I know others have had that problem and it's just not been fixed yet. Okay. And so now I got this room all wired up. So that light will turn on with that. So good you had to say it twice. I know, right? And this is what's going to get interesting. Because I'm going to wire this light here up to that. Oh, it's smart enough to know... Well, that's not really what I want, but that's okay. We'll deal with that. Because my intention was for that kitchen light switch to be able to turn on some of the other ones. Okay, so these are 3 light switches wired up to that main room. Okay, and then you're wired up to that. You're wired up to that, and last but not least, you're wired up to that. How's House Flipper 2? Are you on PC or console? I'm on PC. I'm enjoying it. We did one contract earlier, and then I got caught up in, we were given our parents' house, or like our childhood home, and we went, my god, this place is a dump. It is unsalvageable. So we destroyed the entire thing, foundation and all. And now, we have ourselves a nice place to live. Definitely not like the normal aesthetic I'd probably go for. Do you know if it's decent on console? I have no idea, unfortunately. I wish I could answer that for you, but I just don't console games, so someone else who does would have to answer that. Alright, so I'm gonna save that real fast. And oh wait, we need our laptop, don't we? We need the like laptop you need for actually doing stuff. Laptop. So I think that's a laptop you actually do your stuff in the game with. Yeah. Oh, wait. Nope, put it back. Put it back. So put that over here on the desk. Alright. So, we were originally building this to flip it, and... Oh wait, do we not have a range? That's not exactly what I'm looking for. We can get rid of that. Go to the house, go to probably appliances. Oh right, we have more stuff we can get. Oh, there's ceiling fans? Well, come on. We're not gonna worry about that. A hand dryer and a bunch of stuff. That's good enough. So put the microwave over there. We'll put the mixer over here. We'll grab a blender to put over there. That'll do for that. What I was looking for... Oh, I'm willing to bet... Yeah, it's fine. I'm not gonna worry about that. So what I'm... Oh, vacuum cleaner. Yeah, the house doesn't have a vacuum cleaner. Tuck that in the garage. The garage feels... Other than the fact that there's not a car wedged in here, the garage feels very real. That you'd pull your car in here, you'd have just enough to kind of, like, you just drive your car in here, you have just kind of enough space to, like, get around the edges of your car. Like, you wouldn't be able to work on the workbench without getting the car out of the way. But, like, I mean, we'd probably have more, more, like, pegboards or whatever on the side with tools hanging up, but the game just doesn't have all of it. But you definitely would be in there climbing over your tools trying to do everything. Alright, so anyways, let's go back to... There. Okay, so they call it a hood. Sure, why not? Anyways, so yeah, we got our cool little house here. Like, this is way more open than I would necessarily have my own floor plan. And I'm not a big fan of these lights, but it's pretty cool. I like it. We got our nice little half bath that we finally got all done. So you know, our guests have like their little place they can use a toilet with the creepy cats that watch you pee. That actually plays stuff. Sure, why not? We've got our garden out here in the front with our cherry blossoms and our magnolia. We got in the backyard, we got a bunch of like blueberries and raspberries and blackberries. What about a fridge? We do have a fridge, actually. So we actually look down here with this style of cabinets. I believe that's our dishwasher. We do have a fridge. Now, here in the US, you'd look at a fridge like that and be like, what? So, what? That's it? That's fine.
I mean, for a kitchen this size, that's a micro fridge. Um... We've got our bedroom with unintentional mood lighting. We've got our walk-in closet. We've got our master bath with the jacuzzi tub and all that. And then we got our garage. And then we have this door that does go out to the front. We've got a nice little chair that we can sit out and stare at the neighbors awkwardly. And then our neighbor deterrent, which is a bee box right in our front door. That way you can walk out and immediately piss off all the bees because you're just startling them again. But with that said, I believe we finished this house. So let's save this again. I'm not going to actually sell this house. This house is probably going to become our main house. Oh. Can I... I'm confused. I'm assuming what I need to do is save and then go home. Solicitors are welcome to wait. Yeah, so with this, I can use this now, houses. So this is the family home. So move my home office here. So those are houses we can buy. We haven't sold anything yet. But the question is, how do we sell stuff? There's a ton of houses. Buyers we don't know anything about. Sell house. Okay. So this house, we purchased it for $51,000. We sold about $16,000 worth of items in it. We renovated it for $67,000. And then they'll have an auction fee of $1,000. So right now we are in this house for $102,000. Let's put it up for auction. Oh, that's... yeah, I'll take that. And that was the garage place. So that's what we bought. That's how we fixed it up. I totally forgot about this entire space. Oh, I forgot we had like all the Twitch integration stuff in that house. I wonder if we can still get at that. Like we had the band hammer and the lobster and all that stuff. May you ask a huge favor? You've been asking everyone you follow, and you're scared. I'm not the religious type, but you're scared, but you're asking something that doesn't break. So, the only thing is you are really trying to, like, walk me around this to being, like, super careful kind of thing, which is making me very leery of it, but I also have literally zero idea what you're talking about. So it's hard to say yes in any capacity because I lack the information to make any type of decision. And I'll be honest, I'm actually pretty terrible about keeping an eye on my DMs unless like my mods DM me on Discord kind of thing. So I got a perk for selling our first house. So tough negotiator, earn more for selling a house. They can't count on a friendly discount. Or while selling a house, you'll have 2 buyers to choose from with different offers. That's fine. We'll go either way. All right. So this whole time we did one house that we just invested an incredible amount of effort. Now, granted, it became our actual home. I do like our copyright safe animes. What do people think this one is supposed to be? The Tata Marutsa?
Like, I could see this being something like the Seven Deadly Sins. I could see this going, not Full Metal Alchemist. Like, to me, this is like something like Seven Deadly Sins or whatever. Heart Flipper is clearly like visual novel thing. And then this is very, very clearly Gundam Wing. Or Gundam in general. You know, whether it's Gundam Wing or a different Gundam or whatever. So we've got a bunch of emails for stuff to do. Okay. Let's pop into just a regular contract. The Goose is your favorite. Goose is your favorite character. Does it say like Goose or whatever on them? Together reaching new heights. Oh, yeah, the Goose Chicken, whatever it is, carries the show. I love that they bothered making their very own, like, house flipper TV show that's like a basic idea of the game. Alright, so let's pop in here. So we only got one set here. Okay. So, hey, my sister Carol and I want to change some habits. I've read that we should start with our surroundings for it, so I want to turn a spare room into a small gym. We'd like to spend more time in the garden as well, but it's gotten so overgrown. Oh, and this time we totally plan to keep our houseplants alive. Also, I want to have a cozy reading nook. I even have some books I've been meaning to unpack for ages, and Carol wants to learn to cook, so she's asking for new kitchen equipment. Thank you. So, you want a new house? You want a new house, is what you're telling me. You want to take every room in your house. I can get behind that lady in the cutscene who was going full gremlin mode on a pizza. She was all hunched over in the chair, just like eating a slice of pizza. And I am with you, lady. The both of us 100%. Are those supposed to be weeds or... Okay. So you want me to deal with all your dead plants. And I'm supposing these spiky ones are intended to be just generic weeds. And I'm gonna be honest with you, lady, I don't think it was a situation of mild bad care. I think that's more you got an axe or chainsaw. Gotcha. Yeah, no, it's a weird thing to ask for prayers and all that, I get you. But I do hope whatever, you know, like your health thing gets sorted out and all that. Like, I'm not a particularly religious person either. But like, it doesn't hurt me to say, hey, you know, I do hope things improve and all that. While that's not technically a prayer or anything, it'd be disingenuous for me to do otherwise. Because the big C can go die in a fire. I have had entirely too many people I've lost to that one. But we'll go ahead and move on to more positive topics and all that, because, you know, it's a downer, but like, we're all fighting our fights. But it sucks, man. Yeah, well, I mean, I think scared is a reasonable thing. Oh, is this... I didn't see that this is, like, supposedly their thing
Yeah, moving on. Now I gotcha. So you want a path light. So what you're looking for here is she just wanted us to clean it up, add some path lights. You said 4 of them. We'll get some path lights here. Honestly, I think this will go better over here. Even though you'd absolutely hit these with your car or other stuff, and people working on the yard would end up smashing them up and all that. No, I gotcha. It's always a tricky thing to navigate about. You want to make sure you are respecting people's boundaries to hopefully not put people in a bad place because, you know, their own fights. That's why you don't dwell on it, is kind of the thing. Like, bringing it up and being like, hey, I'm right, dealing with a difficult thing, is it cool to bring that up? And that's the only reason I was hesitant, is just because, you know, it was very cryptic. It was hard to tell with what was being said what's going on. I think it's good in general to have those discussions, but also at the same time, it can be difficult to have those discussions. And especially when it comes to like content creation, people do, you know, they do show up in the channel with the intent of trying to avoid thinking about it, that kind of thing, because they're going through their own fights or someone they know is. It's always a very hard thing to balance that all out. She's like, I want to have this whole big, like, garden thing going on here. It's like, nah, with the flowers you brought me, friend, you do not need that much space. A lot of these flowers are very, very low amount of space requirement. Alright. Oh, you want me to mow your grass? What? Oh, the good news is it just makes the bushes all turn transparent. I don't have to worry about it. That's good. I was like, man, you could royally screw up otherwise. Yeah, promoting type deal. Yeah, I'm actually surprised. Normally when Twitch would identify something as a link like it did there, which it's not. That's it misassociated because the period didn't have a space after it. Normally, Twitch doesn't be like, no, message deleted, shame on you. Even though, again, it's not a link, it's a typo. So I'm actually surprised that one got passed because I have not changed those settings. And that's just to prevent we get a lot of... It's actually, honestly, we actually haven't had very many bots in a while. But that might be because we have all those settings. Because they turned on the settings where an account needs to be older than a certain amount of time, or be verified, or be that. Like, that's a bunch of different things. So it's not like you've got to have your phone connected. It's just you have a ton of options, of which your phone being connected is one of those options. Okay, so I'm assuming to get to the backyard, there's no gate or anything I'm seeing on this side, so I'm assuming I'll have to bring the lawnmower around back. That's fine. Okay, so according to this, we have finished this part of the yard. And what do you want here? So you want your reading nook. I am not going to care nearly as much as I did with the house that we stayed in, so far as making sure everything goes together.
Oh, that's that one done. Okay, so you want me to clean up the trash, the stains, demolish a wall. You got your donuts. I can get a lot behind this place. Other than the gross pizza boxes in the corners. Okay, you want me to sell a door. This door. And that down there. We won't worry... Oh, now it considers that part of this room now. Why do you want to take this? Their whole house is cupcakes and donuts. What's up? You're scared to have your phone connected. You got too many scam calls. Oh, that's not how you get scam calls. Connecting your phone to this. Yeah, that's not usually a thing. Yeah, the scam calls do come from a lot of stuff, and yeah, that is a major concern. But that's the reason why I do the or side of it. That's like, hey, if your account's over a certain age, that's good enough. If not, if you've got your phone connected, that's good enough. It's one of those things of just any and all of the above is acceptable. So somewhere here is a heckin' border. That's a lovely picture. Okay, there's a chair. There we go. There's also an entirely realistic situation here, where they're like, look, we live like gremlins, and we want to not live like gremlins. Please fix. And the unfortunate reality is, most of the time, that's nowhere near enough to make it actually happen. Okay, so you want this all demoed. Alright, I'm a little scared about cutting loose and just smashing that up and actually taking down a big chunk of wall I don't need to remove. Okay. Okay, the demolishing is done. You want me to unpack this box? Cool, I don't care. Oh, that's a cookbook. That's fine. Okay, we got those up. Because I'll figure all that out later. Right now, just trying to get it out of here. Them organizing their kitchen, that's a them problem. Okay. So you want the oven. Done. You want the fridge. Done. You would like a short cabinet. Oh, wait. We need to... Scrubby, scrubby. Where's the stain? There's a stain in this room hiding somewhere. We'll figure it out. For right now, we'll just move on. So let's see. Yeah, so it says there's 7 stains. We got 6 of them. There you are. Okay, so with that, we can go here, small cabinet. Oh, I see. There we go. Right now we're just hucking things down. Stains be gone? Yep. We got this little chair here. We can put under the picture. That's probably certainly them. The people hiring me to do this. I also like how they've got no track record of managing to keep their plants alive. And they're like, you know what we should do? We should get more plants. Clearly, we've tried to do this a bunch of times before. The answer, when I don't manage to keep up with it, is to escalate it. Alright, so that room's done.
So just sell all of the junk food. Very genuinely walking into this place and this being all the food in the house and all that. All I can think is like, man, I remember getting like I remember the end of college. Even with that, it wasn't this bad. I also was never really big on energy drinks. Why are there individually packaged pickles in this box? What? Like, you can get groceries in cardboard boxes, sure. But that's not how they're packaged. Like, is there an ice pack in the bottom of there or something? There is zero chance they stick to this diet. You gotta go to the grocery store, my friend. And while you got your veg going on, and I'll give you that much. Leeks are so freaking big. Like, you got your veg going on. It doesn't really seem like you have a plan of what you're making with this. It kind of feels like you went to Amazon and said, vegetables. And that was your strategy. It's fine, you go on the counter now. It's a whole freaking pumpkin. I'm trying to put it up there. Like, I'd like to put it on the door, but it really does not want to cooperate. In fact, I really can't get to cooperate. Okay, you can go on the vegetable crisp, right? So you saw you turn green for just a second there. Are you trying to put the watermelon in the freezer? Yeah. Why? Do I know it doesn't need to go in the freezer? Yep. But I'm just trying to put it in some place at all. The leak is the one killing me. This thing's huge. Which leaks are. Every single time I buy a leek, which isn't super often, but every once in a while. And you're always like, oh my god, how are they that, like, how is this thing the size of my arm? Wait, you're just like flour or something? It's so weird just having this of being like just groceries. What am I looking at? Yeah, it's probably in there. I'm having this feeling they like, you know, they got, what is it? Not DoorDash. The one that delivers groceries. I can't remember. But like they got them, they're like, hey, can you put this like in our fridge and all that? And the company's like, no, we're not comfortable having our people go inside your home and all that. And they're like, oh, okay. And so then they immediately turned around. They're like, yeah, we want to do this home renovation thing. And it's like, okay, could you just put away our groceries? But so you always order 3 leeks for your soup. Sometimes it's thin and sometimes it's a tree. Yup. Pretty sure it's a lemon, looks like. That's an orange. All right, real question to the people I'm getting all of this stuff for. What are you doing with this? So I see you got like apples, tomatoes, lemons, leeks. You got some nice looking produce here. Like, don't get me wrong. This is some very nice produce you have here. Are you just dumping this all in a pot and boiling it and making it soup? Which honestly wouldn't be the worst. All things considered, that wouldn't be the worst. But like, are you going to have like there's no potatoes in here. Like if we're looking at here on the veg side of things, you got 2 carrots, you got your lettuce, and you got a leek. Everything else there is fruit, which is fine, but eating just nothing but fruit actually is really not that great for you. Like it's better than junk food, but it is sugar. Excuse me? What are we reading? The Seeds of Love? Front cover, Jester Romance, Seeds of Love by Robert North. Back cover, Seeds of Love by Robert North. John Hunk has had enough of his mindless desk job at the Evil Corporation Incorporated. I'm glad the corporation was incorporated, that's very important. Having lost sight of his goal in life, but tragic news of his grandfather passing grants him an unexpected chance. By inheriting a rundown family farm and allowing him a fresh start. Yet, self-discovery would not be the only crop cultivated by this handsome farmer. For many bachelors and bachelorettes in Seagull Town might just plant a seed in his heart. A seed of love. Will it take root? A tale of cows, dogs, and hearts. A truly farm-tastic read. Romance Weekly. So it's erotic Stardew Valley. The Untold Stories, that's fine. Just Romeo and Juliet. It's like not even a parody, it's literally just Romeo and Juliet. Pride and Prejudice. Okay. Nap in a Sun Patch. Molt. Sometimes you have to leave a part of yourself behind when you want to move forward. You know, honestly, I don't know if that's like actually a real book. Okay, I was not expecting to pull that out of there. Hang on. I literally put all of this in the way because I didn't know that was showing up. One moment. I didn't realize you had a rather comfortable looking pillow thing going there. Probably because they're public domain? Yeah, that's what I figured. That's the thing, like when Mort came out, I'm like, I don't know if Mort's like an actual book here. But the whole idea of like, you know, to become more, you have to give up a piece of yourself kind of thing. Or not give up, but you might give up a piece of yourself. I was like, you know what? Honestly, that's not the worst message. Like, a lot of times if you're trying to make a significant change in your life... Oh yeah, lean against that window. Yeah. Lean against the window. It'll be fine. That's clearly the way they want those, because I can't think of another way they'd put those pills, other than, like, maybe doubling up like this. Yeah, lean against the window. It's probably okay. Well, that's a cool little lamp. So where do the books go? Okay, so I have to buy the alcove. This hangs on the wall, right? No, it's literally a floor thing. You know you're gonna trip on that, right? Here, I'm gonna shove this as far in the corner as it'll let me, because you're absolutely gonna kill yourself tripping on that. Like, you got a really good spot here you could hang it, you got a spot over here you can hang it. If you're really desperate, you could put like a little shelf there. Alright, look. We know the one you're actually reading. Look. I get it. No one here is gonna be breaking out those classics of Romeo and Juliet and doing a reread after, like, you were forced to read it in school. But clearly these are books that are all like serious books, and that's the one you're actually reading. Come on. Of the books listed here, I would probably read that. That's definitely not the type of book I go for, but I mean, I am not reading Romeo and Juliet again. Honestly, I haven't read Pride and Prejudice. I've actually heard it's not bad, but like, I honestly have no idea. That book, it looks like the author was interested in writing it. Maybe a little bit more so than they probably should have, but you know. No, we'll come back. We'll come back to this one later. You love Pride and Prejudice, but you prefer to watch the 2000 movie instead? Yeah. Hey, you kept the succulent alive! Congratulations! The one plant that takes, like, literally your biggest fear is overwatering it? You done good. I've genuinely seen people actually kill succulents on accident. Because they're like, clearly it needs water. It's like, no, you water these things like once in a very long while. This feels like the kind of person who likes the idea of growing plants and then has to actually do it, and that's kind of where it all falls apart. You prefer Pride, Prejudice, and Zombies? Yeah, no, there's a couple of books that came out that they just took like classics and then just zombies. Like literally, if I remember correctly, isn't that literally Pride and Prejudice? But they added extra parts, so it's the actual book word for word, but then you just get the extra parts of zombies. Burn this house. Okay, so you got your Nerf toy and all that. Even your vacuum cleaner looks like it's beyond saving. Wait, you want 4 different paints in this room? Oh, you're selling all your model planes and everything? Come on, man. You shouldn't give up your hobbies. Yes, you want to get the swole going on and all that. Ah. You shouldn't give up your hobbies though. So am I supposed to choose any of those colors? All right, well, this is a fitness room, so you're going bright colors. Oh, you literally do want me to paint each wall its own color. You know what? Honestly, I understand you want to make your room like the Xbox logo or the Microsoft logo or whatever with this color choice. Wait, do you also want it here? Wait, really?
I don't know what they're doing in this room, but I feel like design-wise, they are committing a crime. Oh, didn't that two-story house? I just remember, didn't we make one of the walls like a green screen wall kind of thing? Oh, okay. That's not as bad. For a moment, when it had like the 4 listed paint colors, what I thought it was gonna have me do is one of these paints, like one wall this color, one wall the next color, one wall that color. You get the idea, all 4. And that's basically the Microsoft logo or the Xbox controller colors. So it was like, what? You can have your yoga mat. We'll tuck it down there. You're not going to need it. Oh, you want a second one? That's right. There are 2 of you. So we'll go ahead and put the other one down there too. The roller thing on the shelf. A gym ladder. I have never seen one of those before. It makes sense. That's kind of cool. So it's like a ladder you climb as one part, but then they've also got this part up here, so if you just want to do like straight up pull-ups, you can do both like this style and that style. That's kind of cool because I've actually wanted to get like just the pull-up bar and put like in a door frame or whatever. But it's not really an easy thing to find like a good place to put one, because you got to be very careful that you actually get it someplace that can support, you know, a full adult person, you know, lifting themselves and dropping themselves back down again and again. They're great for your back, but you need good walls to put in. That's what I was figuring. Like, if you find the studs and put them, like, so they're, like, directly into the studs, it's probably not that big of an issue. You only wanted one speaker. I mean, for what it's worth, I will give them credit. They did get pretty much all of, like, they've got like a full setup here. They got cardio, got weight training, they got a bunch of different muscle sets handled. So, at least they did their work. As someone with ADHD, it makes me feel like this is an ADHD house. Because you've got clearly switching hobbies. And when switching hobbies, just straight up dumping money into what? You're disgusting. Like, the empty bag of chips is bad enough, but like, the soggy pizza boxes under the bed? You feel called out? I'm saying this as someone who has ADHD, who I have done the thing about being like, I want to be better about this, and then just buys a whole bunch of stuff. Like, it's one of those things that kind of came as a lesson growing up, just realizing it's like, I want to do this. Do I still want to do this a week later? Like, having that, like, that little bit of time attrition that's like, okay, I want to do that thing right now. But let's see if I still want to do it next week before I go and I plunk down $1,000 on going all in on the equipment and all that. Because that's 100% an ADHD thing. The hyper focus on the new hobby. Because that's when you get all that happy dopamine, is when it's new and fresh and exciting. Alright, so I'm assuming I'm missing the backyard.
Just walked out there and had that moment. Was like, what am I even looking at right now? And again, you have these tree stumps. I don't think a full-on tree stump is you just not being on top of care. Like, don't get me wrong, a tree can die, but it's not because you didn't water it a couple of times. Okay, so you want to mow the grass over here. Apparently, because that's a different area. Oh, so you got the vines. Okay, so... Okay. Zero turn radius mower can mow sideways, just as it was intended. Okay, so I officially hit enough done that I could just finish the job and I would accept it. I wouldn't get the full amount, but I would be able to technically finish it. I didn't remember mowing as being a thing in this game, so the fact that we've had like 2 of these missions where it's like mow the grass, like, okay. It makes me wonder if I missed more spots up front mowing. I didn't realize it like segmented the yard off into separate pieces, so it's a little bit easier for you to track where you have and have not mowed. Okay, so let's see. So the grass is mowed. There's nothing left for me over on this part. For this part, I need to vacuum. I need to clean the stains and all that. I wish so much. I wish so much you could just, like, spritz a thing one time and just go squeegee it for a couple of seconds. And it was just all magically better. Okay. Oh, look, your outdoor sofa. Yeah, we can't... These kinds of sofas are really hard to do in Florida. With all the rain and humidity, they get real gross. It does make me jealous of areas that aren't quite as bad for the rain. I know a lot of people like these really nice patio setups. I look, it's like, man, all of that would be mold here. And there's things you can do to help them and all that, but yeah. That's what's really popular still down here is there's a lot of people, for stuff that they can keep, they use PVC furniture. So it's made out of plastic. Because they don't have to worry about half the problems. I will say, whatever these two do, they're making some solid money. Because this is not a minor renovation. And they've got all sorts of stuff from a whole range of fandoms. Okay, you want some blueberry bushes? I can respect that. You want just a bunch of random flowers? That's reasonable. Yes, it does actually want 9. Yep, and I'm pretty sure they meant for me to put those underneath here. But what's the point of sunbathing if you're not in the sun? Alright, so we can... Rooms left, it says 1? What? Can you, like, tell me what rooms are left? Let's do one quick walk around. We've got the 3-star mark, so I'm assuming we're good. Come on. Apparently, there it goes. Nope, that wasn't it. Maybe it's a bug, because everything seems fine. I guess we finished the job. Yes, they paid me $49,000. Literally doesn't change. There's also clearly one of the two of them who's more of making messes than the other. Because, like, the one's room was, like, a disaster with pizza underneath another, and the other one's room was relatively clean. So it's definitely one of the two of them, as far as, like, keeping things clean around the house, is certainly dragging the other one down. Let's see, I hope the changes were helpful. Oh, right, I was about to text you. We want you to put it all back. You did it amazing. I spent the whole weekend reading in the Nook. I know, you got that Stardew Valley book. Speaking of, have you read Rita Moore's books? My new favorite author? I haven't, it sounds like I should. And how do you like the gym? I haven't got to trying it out yet, but it looks inviting. Yup. Yup. Mm-hmm. Yep. I used to sell, when I worked in retail, one of the things we sold was treadmills. And the joke in our department was we're selling clothes hangers. Because that's what happened to the vast majority of them. Alright. We had a bunch of things. Cleaning up after the flood. Let's see, your house is flooded, the entire first floor is ruined. I need someone to clean up the mess and replace the damaged furniture. I have no idea if it was even possible. The company designing the house assured me that the spot was carefully chosen by environmental specialists. I thought that meant it was safe from these sorts of natural disasters. I hope you'll be able to make the first floor look as though it's never water damage to begin with. And hopefully, I won't need this kind of help from you in the future. I mean, if you live in a floodplain,
you live in a floodplain. Oh yeah, in this style house, if you're in a floodplain, yeah, that's gonna be a whole thing. Need a house in stilts. Yeah, no, if you have a house like this and you're in a floodplain, you're kind of just not in a great situation. Okay, so that's one thing. Yeah, no, it's the problem is this house is already built. So it's actually a thing with houses that you can have done. It is a very significant overtaking. But you can actually get a house lifted, but it is a whole thing. Because they have to like disconnect all your stuff. They usually have to like hack into your foundation, like a whole bunch of stuff. It is a massive undertaking. Well, yeah, one thing you're not doing is if this flooded, you're not just taking a squeegee and it's all better. Like, because this wood would have probably sat in the water and rotted really bad, and you'd be redoing all the wood. Actually start. So there is selling us. At least they're realistic in that, you know, all the stuff that was on the bottom part of the room, there's like, yeah, it's all gone. Now granted, even stuff like that, even if it wasn't in the water itself, is probably also no good. It'd probably be all stained and ruined and all that. Like, floods are really bad. They do kind of screw over everything. Because especially, like, in a small room like this, if you had sitting water in here for any length of time, like, the water is going to get up into the walls. It's going to rot a bunch of stuff. You'd be tearing off, like, all the drywall would need to come down. I totally forgot this is even a thing. Like, your drywall would need to come down and everything. The posters and all that would likely have been just in such high humidity they'd be all screwed up. I missed that message. In real life, the panels come off the walls. You gotta dry out the studs, wiring, etc. Yeah, no, it's like you would be basically gutting the room in its entirety and rebuilding. Flood damage is really a bad time. Okay. So we got all the stains now. Do you want another bed? That's what ends up this one being. It's a mission that comes back, and each time you end up changing the furniture a bit more each time. Because just they're still in that situation. They keep just renovating the whole downstairs every time it floods as you progress the story. Which is fair, because, I mean, if you bought the house, like, you do have the challenge of, especially when it's taken flood damage and everything, it's gonna be much harder to, Is that too close to the edge? Is it getting counted as outside the room? It is. That's fine. Okay, first room done. Okay. Yep. Somewhere in here is a sponge. Okay. Okay, so got the outside area done. I'm just kind of going through right now. Trying to get rid of all the junk we want to get rid of. And clean up all the trash. All right. So we've got a couple more things buried under here somewhere. We'll worry about that in a minute. Basically just trying to go through here real fast, seeing if we've got... Okay, most of the... So the bathroom, there's less concern about most of it, just... little bits of debris and all that. What, you don't want to use the floodwater toothpaste or toothbrush? Live yourself a little life, man. It's now got extra nutrients and minerals in it. Possibly lead. Yeah, people pay extra to get pumice in their soap and all that. Yeah, so it honestly seems like this mission is mostly go into room, sell all the crap that's there, and replace it with the crap requested that's pretty close to the same stuff. And do a whole lot of mopping. which is honestly not unreasonable for the type of situation this is. You just kind of want your life back to what it was before all of this. Okay. "91 stains. Everything's a stain." Yeah, in reality, you'd probably have to replace these two, or at least pull them away from the wall. Because it's not like the water would be blocked. You get behind there and stain all that as well. Yeah, no. The oven would be need to replace. It'd be literally like taking everything but the foundation and the like the house supports bomb, like just gutting all of it. It's why flood damage is such a big deal. It's out of the types of damages you get to your house, about the worst you can get is flood or fire. Both of them will take a house and make it into just materials. Okay. That's all those. And this whole place would smell horrible. Yep, that room's done. You need a new coffee table. You need a new actual table. Okay, you'll need your bar stools. Place a TV. There's your couch. There's the crap this is. It's weird. It's weird having the light switch over there. Okay, I'm gonna grab the little ones. Yeah, I was gonna say, those are probably the big plants. Oh, I think it's again, I'm putting too close to the wall. It's not counting all the things. Okay. Okay, so this room's done. Oh, actually, nope. No, it's not.
I wish so much this was this easy. Like, don't get me wrong, I'm willing to bet you have like commercial grade tools on. Actually, it's probably just better than the tools I'm used to in the first place. I just remember getting out like the Windex and the paper towels, whatever, and just working and just scrub-a-dub-a-dubbing the windows, desperately trying to get them clean, kind of thing. And they get clean, but you'd always get like that one spot that, you know, something got on. They just kind of have to slowly, like, just kind of sit there and scratch away at whatever bug or lizard or whatever left God knows what on your window. Alright. My windows at the house probably desperately need clean. It just starts like, man, I don't remember the last time I cleaned them. I'm sure it's been entirely too long. Okay, so this room's all sorted. We got the bathroom all sorted. Okay. And we can just get all this handled. That'd be just an interesting take on the game, is that, like, this, you know, you have most of the houses, you do the renovation and all that. And, you know, maybe once in a while, like, one comes back, the person said, yeah, no, we did this, it didn't work out, or, well, my son moved back, so I need this room set up. Oh, well, they moved out again, so, like, do this other thing, like that kind of thing. But just have the one house that just keeps getting flooded again and again. They keep redoing all of it. This is a real snug room. That is an interesting alarm clock. It's not really fit there. Okay. And then you just want that there. Okay, so you're done. You're done. You're done. The hallway's done. The kitchen's done. The bathroom's done. I think the living room's considered the kitchen in this purpose. Don't imagine there's anything up here to deal with since they're all worried about flood damage. Ah, back porch. I went around and I cleaned up all the junk so far as garbage on here. But I didn't actually go through and do the furniture. But yeah, so as you can see, like, doing these individual contracts go relatively quickly. Half hour to an hour or something like that. Whereas the, Whereas like when you do like a full-on house flip, you can kind of make it as long or as little as you'd like, because you can do a quick just cleanup and then get out of there. But you can also sit there and like genuinely tear down the whole thing like we did earlier. All right. I really like the before and after. I don't think they had that in House Flipper 1. At least not that I remember. Good as new. I mean, this house is new. It got flooded right after we moved in. That's rough. Did you ask the design company for an explanation? They said their environmental inspect checked if the house is endangering wildlife, not the other way around. Anyway, like the new furniture more, next time we'll go to you first. Yeah, when it's like environmental specialist, I'm like, that's not usually who does like a floodplain survey or whatever. Yep, so we got more money. So you keep getting these ones. I'm curious, very genuinely, like, if we eventually run these out or if these will start to duplicate. Because I honestly don't know how any of that works. Oh, we actually have, like, letter here. How are your events going? Hi, sweetie. Are you having fun with your travels? You really need to write us more often. Your dad and I are very curious what up to. Oh, we demolitioned our entire childhood house and chucked it in the bin. So yeah, so... Actually, no, we didn't. I demolitioned the house, I rebuilt it, and we're living in it now. That's fair. For me, for example, I decided to make some changes to the house. But don't worry, your room is exactly the way we left... Oh, down there. I was like, wait a second. Hang on. It's like, wait a second down here. It's like, I already got rid of your house, so there's no way you changed my house. Hello, dear son. Your mother asked me to let you know we're moving house again. She misses having the beach nearby, wants to live at Sunset Bay now. So I hope you didn't plan to visit us in Cozy Village. And I know that I'm proud of you. I heard good things about your work in Pinakova. Okay. Pine Cove, whatever. So let's see. Yeah, so you got these contracts happening. I wish it was more clear. Like, can I see the ones we finished? Yeah, so archive. Oh, it's archive for this area. So I'd be like, no, I've done so many more than that. Yeah, okay. Alright, so these quests probably don't repeat. Alright, well, let's go over here and just keep going. Alright. Hi there. We're a group of video game content creators, influencers, if you will. And we got lucky, and my uncle offered to rent his spacious seaside house. He's a sailor, and he's rarely home. So, it isn't in the best shape, but I'm sure it'll be perfect for our needs once it gets fixed up, which is where you come in. What do we need? Mostly some cleaning, refreshing the walls, definitely replacing the old furniture. Oh, and unpacking our stuff. My girlfriend Julie will probably leave you some tips about decorating. She knows her way around it. Thanks for helping us. And if you're interested in gaming, technology, fashion, and makeup, or just want to relax sometime, just subscribe to our channels. That is a very wide range of topic. How many of you are there that you are covering all of the categories of gaming, technology, fashion, and makeup? Because gaming and technology can overlap, and I could certainly see an argument for technology and fashion overlapping, and in fashion and makeup certainly overlap. But at a minimum, you're talking 2 to 3 content creators. Because a gaming fashion channel, not that it couldn't be done. Yeah, I could think you might be able to knock it down to 2. I shouldn't knock it. For all I know, this place is like a borderline mansion. Oh, we're already here. Alright. Okay, nothing to do outside. Okay. Okay, so then this just needs vacuuming. I suspect this mission probably won't be that involved, because I think that was the first area on the map was where this is. I just kind of missed doing it. Okay, it's basically sell everything. There's also those things like, oh yeah, he's renting us the place. Could you just gut it of all of its furniture? You might want to verify if that's all on the up and up. Okay, so the clock, there's a dead plant somewhere. Where is the dead plant, though? There's one dead plant in here. There you are. Okay, and we need to do the stains. If it's not nailed down, sell it. If it's nailed down, sell the nails, then sell it. Yep. It's been nice playing this. Thank you for everyone who did, at the beginning of the stream, we had like a poll basically being like, hey, what are we playing? Because I was being indecisive because the games I want to play, I can't play yet. You know, stuff like embargoes and all that kind of garbage. And so just kind of one of those things. I need to move this around. This is not going to work. Let's move you over here. Maybe put you over there. So I've been really hard to be decisive. It's just one of those things when you're like, I want to be playing this game. Can't. It's not out yet. Embargo, whatever. That you sit there and try and think of what game you do want to play. And so it's just kind of one of those ones that you just kind of waffle back and forth, not being able to really decide or commit to anything. So I was like, you know what? I just want a chill simulation game today. Something I can kind of just relax. I don't have to like figure it out, learn the new game mechanics, and like for as much as I've been enjoying Oblivion and all that, like that's not been doing well on the channel. But also on top of that, it's a game that like you have to remain focused the entire time about like, oh, here's this enemy. Okay, where do I need to go for the quest? In a game like this, it's just kind of chill and all that. You never played this or the first one, but your daughter has played plenty of the first one. She plays a lot of The Sims too. That's not gaming on her PC that much. Yeah, no, this is it's a lot of fun. It's got a nice pace to it. This one has some pros and cons. So, like, the first one, the thing that's really cool about it is they do have it where a lot of the... I'm trying to figure out which plants are going to be the bigger plants. When you go to install, like, a toilet or whatever, it's not just you click and the toilet just plunks into place, like this one does. Instead, they actually have you, like, get in there and, you know... You gotta connect the water intake and, you know, screw that in place and then open the valve and all that. So it ends up really kind of teaching you a lot about how things go together. Which I thought was really nice because, you know, I've done a lot of my own work on stuff at home. And yeah, I've done like toilets and all that, but like I made the comment at the beginning of the stream, it's like, I've never installed a shower or bathtub. I have an idea what's underneath there, but like I've not done it. So playing the first one, you're like, oh, that is how that goes together. That's cool. Okay, so this room all done. Love to see it. Okay. So we still have a bit more trash. And then just stains. So this room literally we're not changing, we're just cleaning it up. But yeah, so this one, they have like a mini side game kind of thing you can do that has that kind of mechanic to it. But it's just really not the same. Oh, there you go, it's on the carpet. So that room's all done. This room we already finished. Nothing to do in this room at all. Okay, so this room looks like it's going to be one of the more involved rooms. Okay, so we still have a somewhat dead plant to sell in here somewhere. There you are. Okay. All right, so we've got painting to do. Which, fair enough, man. Because this room... That wallpaper and paint job just screams of, like, 70s. Oh, I see the way they intend it. Yeah, I can do this way. So, the wall behind, they've got this thing set up so the whole wall gets painted. Because this is a green screen color. And then, you know, this is going to be the recording room or whatever. Whereas the rest of it, they're like, no, leave the wood trim. But, you know, paint up the rest because, seriously, the wallpaper. But yeah, so in a lot of ways, this one takes kind of the idea of, like, what you do in The Sims so far as decorating your spaces. And all that. But, makes you actually get involved. Your wife loves 70s colors. Well, I think it's not the color that's the big thing, it's the wallpaper. Wallpaper used to be extremely popular. And for the most part, that's gone away. It's not gone. But it's definitely nowhere near as prevalent. And then the specific prints you get. There's definitely been a big move away against a lot of the print styles you see. Let's actually shift this around. So you can shove that over there for right now. Put your desk here. Put the gamer chair there. We've got like a full-on studio mic setup. So I was trying to have it so I'd point the camera in the direction so that the green screen would be behind them, the green paint job. But with the moment I get those, oh, actually the shelf we can go over here. This can go over here as well for right now. well, I can't get the correct angle, but that's fine. I'm assuming we'll end up finding stuff like, you know, the camera and all that. That's interesting. Because normally you'd use that back shelf so that you would have your monitor at the correct height over your keyboard and all that. In this case, I'm going to shove the tower on there, which is definitely not where it goes. It's probably the worst place you could put it because it can tip off easy. That's fine, whatever. Look, man. I didn't realize I was getting your groceries out as well. I don't know where you're probably putting that light. I'm gonna assume this is like a real budget setup for like their camera situation. So they're using, you know, they're using a digital camera just sitting on top of their tower as the stand for their camera. Just like on the heat vent, and this is their lighting for the green screen. It'd be a terrible setup. But you know, whatever. Okay, for this one, you would like the cupboard, a mirror. Oh, okay, it's like, there's definitely a stain there. And then we can put you down there. Okay, so you're situated. You're situated. Nothing to do in this room. Back patio's fine. Bathroom's fine. Laundry room's fine. This room's fine. Kitchen's fine. Front patio's fine. Okay. So it looks like we're going upstairs. Stairwell is fine. The hallway out here is fine. Oh, literally you just want me to paint. Okay. Okay. And we can get you. Yeah, so I'm assuming this one is going to be like, this is the bedroom, and then the other room next to it's the next recording room. Okay. So painting done. Take you off of there. Oh, right, because we had different ones, all different things. Yeah, this will be like the fashion person. Well, fashion, there was fashion, makeup, technology, and gaming. Was the supposed topics they cover. Oh, I hate it already. I didn't have a particular problem up until that exact moment. I don't know what you are. You're a laptop. Are you just like using the webcam on your laptop? Okay, that's certainly a choice. All right. You know, that makes sense. They didn't say they were streamers or whatever. They said they were influencers. And yeah, there's a lot of people who stream that when you say influencers, they don't take kindly to it. I don't honestly care because it is what it is. But influencers is a broader topic. So, like, she could be, or I'm assuming she, which isn't fair. The other one could be like, you know, Instagram model kind of thing. Not like a gaming, like not even a streamer. Like literally might not even stream. Like literally might be someone who takes all the time to like get their photo set up just right and all that kind of good stuff. Get these out of the way so I can do this where I got room. Could also be that this is, you do not have enough room for your setup here. I know you gotta make do with what you got. But my friend, you need a lot more room than this. Your poor mouse hand. Frog traffic. Cruise simulator. Kraken. Okay. So you're good. You're good. Yeah, so I'm guessing then this is the fashion person, and then she's got her set up here. I keep saying she. I can't safely assume that. I mean, I guess I can with the color choice on some of those things, but still, that is making assumptions that are unsafe. Okay. What? Okay, it's still enclosed, so it's about to be like, what do you want me to do with this? Alright, so let's get out our vacuum, because I saw stuff in here that needs to be vacuumed. Like, don't get me wrong, not at a household, but in jobs, I've run into the situation where you're, like, shoved into a closet kind of thing because there's nowhere else to put you. Which really sucks when you're in that situation. Okay. All right. I've also been both in apartments and houses in the past that, you go in like, how much space do you need to do your stuff? This much? All right, well, you get half that. You're like, okay. Like, I would love to have more space in my garage and everything. It's those things. I got my woodworking tools and all that, and most of the time they just sit shelved. There's just nowhere to put them. So it's kind of like in those cases where I go, oh, you know, a shelf broke, I gotta fix this shelf, or, you know, oh, there's this other thing that's just something that needs fixing. That the reality is I gotta get all the cars out of the garage, drag the tools out, you know, work on the thing I need to work on, put all the tools away, get the cars back in. Kind of means unless something really needs doing, it doesn't happen. There's just so much setup and breakdown time. So that even if like the actual woodworking part only takes me like 15-20 minutes, just because it's going to be an hour or two between getting everything out, getting it all hooked up, getting everything set up and do all that, you know, things haven't been used for a while, so gotta make sure everything, all the adjustments are where they need to be. Then break it all down and put it all back away. Even a 15-minute job so far as woodworking ends up being this big 2.5-hour job. Because you don't use blue tack as a temporary solution on your walls. It's a pain to clean off. When you come, oh, you mean like the sticky tack? Yeah. Like sometimes you make do with what you got, but yeah, sticky tack. It can ruin a lot of stuff. Honestly, for a lot of that stuff, even like cheap double-sided tape, like masking tape style double-sided tape, even that can actually end up being not that bad. Getting like really good double-sided tape, like really strong stuff, try to avoid that if you don't need it. It's kind of one of those things, you need something that's kind of as least strong as possible. Oh, you want... Okay. You know, and be able to do it safely. Not safely, that's not the word I'm looking for. Like this, the weakest that's probably fine. The weakest adhesive that'll get the job done is the way I would phrase it. And that's just because when you go to clean it off later, it can be a real bad time. It also depends on, like, what the negatives are if you can't get cleaned off. Or, like, what's the negatives if the glue gives out? Like, if you have something, like, really expensive being hung up that's using an adhesive, yeah, sure, use a better adhesive knowing it might jack up your wall or whatever. But if you are dealing with something that is, there's a big rug for this room, sir. That is a weird lamp. I dig it. It's a weird lamp. He bought 5 hooks with temporary tape for $3. Hopefully it lasts until you have the money to get an electrician to run cable through the wall. Yeah. No, I've definitely made the mistake with the sticky tack, the blue tack stuff, where you put it on something and it peeled up paint and all that. Granted, the good news there is it wasn't a lot of paint. Like, it wasn't a big area, so it was one of those things I could just get away with touching up because they still had some of the paint just sitting in a paint bucket. I was trying to think in my head, it's like, man, do people really hire handymen to just, you know, take their things out of boxes and all? I'm like, you know what? It's basically what a moving company is. And if on top of that you are Joe, okay. I mean, it is a poster, that makes sense. Okay, so you got a laptop. I was like, yeah, no, people would definitely hire you to bring stuff in. If some guys will pay more for a white glove service. Yeah, no, the only times I've moved or done a moving company was just basically get the stuff there. Okay, so we've got this one. We suppose we have one room left. We're missing a star. Where am I missing stuff? There we go. There's like a side porch. Okay. So I got the dead plant. So it looks like we're keeping the planter, but the plants they want rid of because they're dead. Which, you know, fair enough. And you've got one stain I missed. Coffee table. Okay. The rest of this all be succulents.
All right. And like the whole gamer house thing, that's something I never thought of as a thing. It makes sense because you have a lot of the similar needs. The only catch I think you'd run into is with streaming, having too many connections coming from the same house over the internet would really be a struggle on the internet. And usually places like this, you're probably not talking fiber hookups. So it would be a curiosity. But with that, we finish this job out, get ourselves another 30,000. And all that good stuff. You see outside, oh, we just have the one bag of trash laying in the front. Hey, that's their problem. Alright. But yeah, no, I've known people who have set up gamer houses and all that. Or sorry, not gamer houses, streamer houses and all that. But it's always like, that just wasn't a thing when I was younger. You're watching the house tour video you uploaded. Thanks for mentioning your business. No problem. Thanks for the follow, by the way. We really love our rooms, as you can see in the video. My uncle really likes it. He sent me a thumbs up back, so I assume that's what he meant. Yeah, like it was just like LAN parties were a thing that was like really kind of picking up when I was in high school. So it wasn't until later on the idea of like having like streaming wasn't a thing. Like hell, even YouTube wasn't a thing. But with all that said, it is getting to be about that time, chat. And honestly, so like this is one of those interesting things. I've been trying to figure out what's going on YouTube's algorithm side of things, because just the past couple of days, like YouTube numbers have been blowing up, and it's not just I've been getting more viewers sticking around. That's certainly a big plus, and that's a whole amazing thing. And I, thank you for all those over on YouTube sticking around. Don't forget to subscribe and like and all that. But like the impressions have been going way up. So like YouTube's algorithm has been like presenting my stuff out way more, which has just been going. I'm playing games not much different than I've been playing, so I don't really know why. But it's been a discussion me and a bunch of other creators have been having where like the one's been like, why are my shorts blowing up all of a sudden? So YouTube has changed something on their algorithm, and it's working for me, and I'm not gonna complain. Does it make sense if a proper streamer house had multiple internet connections, ideally from different providers, actually? You know some streamers who have a backup second on a different provider? Yeah, no, I would love to do that. For me, it wouldn't do me any good to have a second connection to a different provider, because I've only got like one good provider. You lucky thing. YouTube was down for a bunch of weeks and only started picking up again last week or so. Yeah, so to be clear, Trika, we're talking just the last like 3-4 days. Just the last handful of days. I've heard a bunch of people being like, why is my YouTube suddenly blowing up? And none of us are in like the same categories or whatever. A lot of people were down before that, so something has changed. And whenever there's a change, some people it helps some cheap people, and it hurts others, all depending on how the algorithm changes. Yeah, so I do hope it picks up for you as well. Also, before we go anywhere, I'm going to go ahead and do this, which is shout out for Treacle, who is another fantastic content creator. Definitely someone to check out. Has been playing a bunch of different games lately, but doing some RimWorld. Does consider themselves like a RimWorld Plus streamer, all that kind of good stuff. With all that said, but with that said, we are going to be winding down for the night. So again, if you're watching over on YouTube, don't forget to like and subscribe and all that. That way you can find your way back here in the future. Plus, it helps me get noticed by more people, so that really helps. So thank you so much for that. But the stream will be ending for you abruptly because I don't have a host lined up, so that is what it is. But thank you again for tuning in over there. And for those over here on Twitch, don't go anywhere, because we're going to go ahead and toss up the ending stream screen and finding a place for us to raid.